بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, everybody. We would like to welcome you in the 4th Annual International Conference on Hyper Heritage. First of all, please stand up for the national anthem, followed by a moment of silence, and then we will introduce the panel. Thank you. Allow me to introduce the panel. I would like to start with Her Excellency Dr. Rula Maaya. She is the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities. Professor Ali Zidan Abu Zuhri, the President of the University. Professor Khaldoun Zreik, he is the General Chair of the conference. And Dr. Amjad Ratrout, he is the chairman of the local conference here at the Arab American University. We would like to start our opening session, which is ordered as follows. Dr. Amjad Ratrout, the chair, followed by Professor Ali Zidan Abu Zuhri, President of the University, followed by Her Excellency Dr. Rola, and followed by Dr. Khaldoun Zreik. So, Dr. Amjad, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Dr. Rula Maaya, Minister of Tourism and Antiquities here in Palestine, Professor and His Excellency Ali Abu Zuhri, the President of the Arab American University, dear friend Professor Khaldoun Zreik, the General Chair of HIS conference, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, here in this hall for this meeting, for this international conference in the Hyper Heritage, the 4th edition in the Hyper Heritage. It's a great honor and a pleasure for me to welcome you all here at the Arab American University. We are delighted to have you here to participate and share in the 4th Hyper Heritage International Conference. Thank you for coming. Many of you travel long distance service to remind us all just how important our work is. A special welcome to our friends who came from Europe and from Brazil and from Tunisia. I would like also to say once more in the behalf of the organization committee to all participants from Palestinian University, you are welcome here at your home, the Arab American University. I would like to thank also the General Consulate of France who supports us in this conference and to have our participants from France to be here. Thank you for the Ministry of Tourists also who sponsored this conference for many events in this 2 days of the international conference. This conference is talking about the hyper heritage and especially in the smart heritage. Smart heritage, it means that we have to go forward beyond the information technology that we use it to introduce the heritage in different horizon actually. How we use the intelligence inside the heritage and how we could see the heritage from another view. Actually, We would like to present for you today our friends from Brazil, and I would like to thank Roberto Pertolo, who came from far away from Brazil. Thank you, Roberto, to be with us. I would like to thank also our keynotes who came from France. Sylvie, thank you very much to be here today with us. Xophon, who came from Greece. And I would like also to thank our fourth keynote, which I appreciate very, very much. Thank you, Alamil, to be here today with me and with us here in this conference. Thank you, my professor. Now, I would like to go to the second thing that I would like to let you enjoy this conference. And I would like to let the talk now to the president of the Arab American University, who give all the support for this conference every day, every moment. And he gave us all his personal support also. Thank you, Dr. Ali. And I would like to let the stage for you to be here today with us. Thank you very much. And thanks for your support again. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير للجميع وأهلا وسهلا بالضيوف. معالي الدكتور رولا معاي وزيرة الآثار والسياحة والآثار، الأستاذ الدكتور خلدون زريق رئيس اللجنة التأسيسية الدولية للمؤتمر، السادة الضيوف والباحثين جميعا مع حفظ الألقاب، أسرة الجامعة العربية الأمريكية، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد على مزج بالألم اللجان المنبثقة عن هذا المؤتمر الفلسطيني بشكل خاص بشكل عام. كان أسرانا البواسل يتخذون قرارا صعبا للإضراب عن الطعام، مطالبين بحقوق مثل زيارة الأهل وتقديم العلاج. الجامعة العربية الأمريكية ترسل رسالة عز وتمنين لهم تحقيق جميع السادة الحضور. الماضية خسر التراث الإقليمي مواقع مهمة بسبب الحروب وتم توثيقها. وفي فلسطين بالذات هناك مخططات إسرائيلية للنيل من كل شيء يتعلق بالتراث الفلسطيني، خاصة في مدينة القدس. وبهذا الصدد فإننا كفلسطينيين نثمن عاليا قرار منظمة اليونسكو بالأمس الذي اعتبر بأن مدينة القدس مدينة خاضعة للاحتلال الإسرائيلي، وهذا يعتبر نصرا كبيرا للحقوق الفلسطينية في القدس. ولهذا نثمن دور الدول التي ساندت هذا القرار، وهو رد بليغ على المطامع والادعاءات الإسرائيلية الباطلة بكل مسوغاتها المصطنعة في المجال الثقافي والتراثي والسياسي. ولما كان هذا العصر هو عصر التكنولوجيا، ونحن الآن في حضرة كلية الهندسة وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، فإنه من الطبيعي جدا أن تستخدم التكنولوجيا في خدمة التراث وتوثيقه وعرضه بطريقة مناسبة وحفظه من الضياع وتحليله واستنباط الأجزاء المندثرة منه. إن الجامعة العربية الأمريكية، وهي أول جامعة خاصة في فلسطين، تؤمن بضرورة تسخير التكنولوجيا لخدمة التراث الإنساني والقضية الفلسطينية. وقد كانت كلية الهندسة وتكنولوجيا المعلومات في الجامعة سباقة في استخدام التكنولوجيا لبناء الوطن ومؤسساته والمحافظة على تراثه ونشر ثقافته للعالم أجمع، كما وأخذت دورها جنبا إلى جنب مع كليات التكنولوجيا في جامعات الوطن العربي في تأدية رسالتها العلمية والبحثية والإنسانية، مع إدراكها لأهمية وضرورة الانفتاح المحلي والعالمي. الحضور الكريم، لقد أولت الجامعة العربية الأمريكية اهتماما خاصا بالبحث العلمي منذ نشأتها، فخصصت لها الموازنات ودعمت الباحثين من خلال عمادة البحث العلمي التي تقوم بجهود كبيرة من أجل الارتقاء بمستوى البحث العلمي في الجامعات في جميع المجالات لما فيه مصلحة مجتمعنا الفلسطيني. لقد خصصت الجامعة العربية الأمريكية جائزة تشجيعية لأفضل باحث فلسطيني في الجامعات الفلسطينية، وجائزة المهندس زهير حجاوي للإبداع للطلبة من كافة الجامعات الفلسطينية. كما قامت الجامعة بإصدار مجلة الجامعة العربية الأمريكية للبحوث، وهي مجلة علمية عالمية محكمة ذات معدل تأثير عربي مرتفع، حيث تم مؤخرا اعتماد قرار جائزة لأحسن بحث ينشر في هذه المجلة. ويكفينا فخرا كجامعة عربية أمريكية وكإدارة جامعة عربية أمريكية وعاملين في الجامعة العربية الأمريكية بأن أحد باحثينا كان من أفضل 5% على مستوى العالم، ممن أظهرت مؤشرات بوابة البحث العلمي اللي ريسيرش جيت، حيث أن هناك حوالي 2500 باحث عالمي قرأوا واستعانوا بأبحاث الدكتور قصراوي الذي يعمل أستاذا في قسم الفيزياء. واسمحوا لي أن أذكر هذا الخبر باللغة الإنجليزية للإخوة الضيوف. The portal of ResearchGate pointed that Professor Dr. Qasrawi received a 95% ranking with more than 2,500 monthly reading of his scientific research, and he is weekly followed by 1,328 scientists from different parts of the world. هذه نسبة عالية جدا. دكتور قصراوي on the 780 ISI citation score recorded sponsored by Thomson Reuters Foundation for his publications. He is one of our best researchers at Arab American University. وفي الختام، طبعا كل الأساتذة اللي قاعدين من الجامعة العربية الأمريكية يتمنون إن شاء الله كل احتفال نكرم أحدهم بهذا بإنجاز مثل هذا. في الختام أود أن أشكر أعضاء اللجنة التحضيرية للمؤتمر من كلية الهندسة وتكنولوجيا المعلومات وعمادة البحث العلمي والدوائر الإدارية بالجامعة الذين بذلوا جهودا كبيرة لعقد المؤتمر. كما أتوجه بشكر الجزيل لكل المشاركين والمشاركات من خارج الوطن ومن داخل الوطن، وكل من يعمل من أجل تطوير البحث العلمي الفلسطيني والانفتاح على مراكز الأبحاث العالمية. أهلا وسهلا بكم في الجامعة العربية الأمريكية، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Professor Ali Zidan Abu Zahri, President of the University. Please allow me to summarize in a few words his speech. The doctor started by welcoming all guests from all over the world and from local Palestinian universities. He started with a point about the Palestinians, how they are used to living both pain and joy at the same time. While we were preparing for this conference, our brethren in the Israeli prisons have been on a hunger strike in order to improve their inhumane conditions. He also mentioned that many of the Palestinian archaeological sites have been lost due to multiple series of wars, and the reason for this conference is to maintain and preserve what is left. He also welcomed, and we all do, welcome the UNESCO decision that considers Jerusalem a Palestinian, the capital of Palestinians, and it is not part of the Jewish heritage. Dr. Ali also mentioned that IT will be the way in order to preserve what is left of the heritage. The Faculty of IT, Engineering and IT will play a major role in doing that by research and multiple projects. The Arab American University also plays or has a great support for scientific research, represented by the Deanship of Scientific Research, Dr. Mahmoud Manasra, and offers multiple prizes nationwide for outstanding research. And also, the university issues a research journal. One of our researchers was ranked top 5 percentile on ResearchGate, Dr. Atif Qasrawi. Finally, there was a word of thank you for all the organizing committee, the staff, the scientific research deanship, the administrative crew, and to all participants in this conference. Now I would like to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Maya for a few words.
شكرا. صباح الخير للجميع. معالي الأخ الدكتور علي زيدان، الإخوة على المنصة، الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، يسعدني أن أشارككم اليوم افتتاح المؤتمر الدولي في مجال التراث الذكي في فلسطين، والذي يأتي في إطار الشراكة والتعاون بين وزارة السياحة والآثار والجامعة العربية الأمريكية، وبحضور ومشاركة واسعة من المؤسسات والجامعات المحلية والدولية ومجموعة من الخبراء والمختصين. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن قطاعي السياحة والتراث يشكلان منظومة أساسية في دفع عملية التنمية المستدامة، ويعتبران أحد أهم القطاعات الرافدة للاقتصاد الوطني وإمداده بعناصر الدعم والقوة. لذلك عملت الوزارة خلال السنوات الماضية وبالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص والشركاء المحليين والدوليين على وضع استراتيجية واضحة تهدف إلى الارتقاء في هذين القطاعين وتطويرهما. إن وزارة السياحة والآثار وضمن الخطة التي أقرتها الحكومة الفلسطينية قد استغلت الموارد المتاحة للنهوض بالسياحة الفلسطينية، وكما يعلم الجميع فإن فلسطين تزهر بالموارد الثقافية التي تنتشر في كافة أرجاء الوطن، حيث شرعت بتأهيل مجموعة من مواقع التراث الثقافي وركزت على تطويرها بالشكل الذي يلبي احتياجات السائح الدولي والمحلي، وهذا بدوره أسهم في تحسين الظروف الاقتصادية والثقافية لكافة المناطق والمحافظات الفلسطينية، وأصبح السائح ينتقل ضمن مسارات معروفة في كافة المناطق، وليس كما كان مقتصرا على السياحة الدينية في القدس وبيت لحم. كما أسهمت شبكة المتاحف التي أسستها الوزارة وأشرفت على إدارتها في تحسين عوامل الجذب السياحي. وكان لانضمام فلسطين إلى اليونسكو دورا مهما في تحسين الوضع السياحي في فلسطين، وتتوج ذلك بإدراج كنيسة المهد وبتير على لائحة التراث العالمي، وجاري العمل على تقديم ملف الخليل والتحضير لإدراج ملفات أخرى. وفي هذا الصدد نحن نشكر اليونسكو على تصويتها الدائم بجانب الحق الفلسطيني في كل الملفات التي يتم طرحها. الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، إن مفهوم التراث الذكي واستخدام التكنولوجيا الحديثة في عمليات توثيق وحفظ التراث وترويجه يعتبر تقدما مهما ورائدا في ظل التسارع الذي يشهده العالم في كافة القطاعات، وسيسهم في تحديث طرق العمل وتنظيم قواعد البيانات وتحديث أساليب العمل بشكل كبير ومميز، مما يلعب دورا بارزا في خدمة قطاع التراث الثقافي بكافة جوانبه ومكوناته، وسينعكس بشكل إيجابي على قطاع السياحة وسيساعد في التنمية الاقتصادية. الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، بالرغم من المعيقات التي تواجه الوزارة وأبرزها سياسة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، وما يؤثر ذلك على تقويض عمل المؤسسات الوطنية وبكافة قطاعاتها، حيث يوجد أكثر من 62% من الأراضي الفلسطينية ضمن ما يسمى مناطق سي، وعزل مدينة القدس وتقطيع أوصال الوطن وعدم السيطرة على المعابر، إلا أن الوزارة وبالتعاون وبجهود كافة المؤسسات المحلية استطاعت تطوير منظومة العمل السياحي في فلسطين. وأبرز الإنجازات تمحورت في فتح أسواق سياحية جديدة، بحيث استطاعت الوزارة خلال السنوات القليلة الماضية من رفع أعداد السواح بنسبة كبيرة، وذلك من خلال جهود طواقم العاملة في تسويق فلسطين دوليا وإبراز أهميتها الثقافية والدينية. كما أدخلت الوزارة أنماط سياحية جديدة ضمن سياسة الترويج التي تقوم بها. الإخوة الحضور، تقوم الوزارة حاليا بتنفيذ مجموعة من المشاريع التي من شأنها أن تسهم في تحسين الوضع السياحي في فلسطين والحفاظ على تراثنا الثقافي، ومن أهمها مشروع تغطية الفسيفساء في قصر هشام في أريحة، ومشروع تأهيل مقام النبي موسى، وتشارك في مشروع إعادة إحياء 12 مركز تاريخي في عدة محافظات، وتعمل على تأهيل مجموعة من المواقع الأخرى. تندرج الإخوة والأخوات، تندرج أهمية هذا المؤتمر أنه سيشكل فرصة جدية لتحقيق نتائج وتوصيات تخدم قطاعي السياحة والتراث في فلسطين بمنظومة متطورة، وذلك من خلال تقديم عرض لمجموعة من البحوث والمشاريع والأوراق العلمية المختلفة، والتي سيشارك فيها مختصين وأكاديميين ومؤسسات محلية ودولية. كما سيسهم المؤتمر في تعزيز مفاهيم الشراكة بين كافة المؤسسات، ويمنح الجامعات الفلسطينية دورا بارزا في تطوير المناهج التي تتعلق بالسياحة والتراث الثقافي بطرق وأساليب متطورة تحاكي الواقع العالمي الحديث. الإخوة والأخوات، اسمحوا لي أن أشير إلى مدى الحرص الشديد لدى الوزارة على تقوية التعاون مع الجامعات الفلسطينية وكافة القطاعات الأكاديمية والمؤسسات العاملة في التراث والسياحة، لأن هذا التعاون من شأنه أن يعمل على توفير كافة الإمكانيات لدى الجميع وإخراجها بصورة تلبي طموح أبناء شعبنا في الوصول إلى عملية بناء شاملة وسليمة تخدم مشروعنا الوطني. وهدفنا دائما وإياكم هو إنهاء الاحتلال وإقامة دولتنا الفلسطينية وعاصمتها القدس. وفي النهاية لا يسعنا إلا أن نستذكر ونذكر إخواننا في السجون، الأسرى في السجون الإسرائيلية، وإضرابهم عن الطعام، ونتمنى لهم ليس فقط تحقيق مطالبهم في هذه الأيام، وإنما قرب الإفراج عنهم، أن يكونوا معنا هنا مشاركين في كافة النشاطات التي نقوم بها في القريب العاجل. وشكرا لكم، وأتمنى لمؤتمركم النجاح.
Thank you, Dr. Maya, for this inspiring word. First of all, she started by welcoming everybody, and she's happy to be here, and happy for this cooperation between the Ministry of Tourism and Equities and the Arab American universities in the preservation of tourism and heritage. She emphasized that tourism and heritage are our nation's assets, and there is a strategy to develop the two sectors of tourism and heritage. Palestine has many cultural sites for tourism in all regions, despite the fact that they are majorly isolated by Israeli barriers. And there are a set of museums that have been established. Palestine is a UNESCO member, and she welcomed the decision by the UNESCO to add the Church of Nativity and Batir to the World Heritage. About smart heritage, it is a great advancement and will participate in maintaining databases and processes that are already in process. And it will be a very positive addition and valuable addition to the sector of tourism. One of the, or most of the problems in the sector of tourism are due to occupation, as 62% of Palestine is considered Area C. And one major fact is that Jerusalem is also isolated completely. In addition to the control of borders, that will control the numbers of tourists. She said that Palestine had opened new markets for tourism. The numbers are improving due to successful branding. She mentioned many projects. One of them is the Mosaic in Jericho, Nabi Musa, and 12 other locations. And she also cannot wait for the conclusion of this conference. She cannot wait for the recommendations of the valuable input and valuable research from all the participants. And on another note, she said that the ministry is seeking cooperation with all universities in Palestine. And the goal of that cooperation is to reach a comprehensive development for the two sectors of tourism and heritage. And lastly, she showed her support to our brothers and sisters in Israeli prisons on their hunger strike. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Khaldoun Zreik. He's the general chair of the conference. Please.
صباح الخير. Bonjour and good morning. I will speak in English. His Excellency the Minister of Tourism, Mr. the President of the University, Arab American University of Jenin, dear Amjad, dear Sami, dear the Dean of the Research, Scientific Research at the AAUG, Mr. the Dean of the School of Engineering. I am very happy and glad to attend and participate to the 4th International Conference on Hyper-Heritage. I would like before all to be short and to thanks very much the support of AAUG for this conference, huge support, and for this excellent organization. I would like also to thank the Consulat de France, Mr. Olivier, I don't see Mr. Olivier, somewhere here, Olivier and Xavier, who stand us also and support this conference and some research topic and project on heritage in Palestine. This conference is a multidisciplinary conference. Hyper-Heritage is very interested in heritage, cultural information. Within this, we have some partners from Design School, Anis, from Information Sciences and Technology, Sylvie, Stefan, from Innovation in Social Innovation and Institutional Innovation. We have Roberto Bartolo, we have colleagues from IT like Xenophon and Alain, and we have people from Heritage. So it's multidisciplinary and will be multilingual also. The aim of this conference is to preserve, promote information about heritage, but also to explore new way to deal with heritage, to perceive heritage in different way. IT will allow us to have much more relation with heritage and also will allow us to discover hidden information about heritage, not only to promote the explicit and available information, but will be an excellent tool to explore hidden information and even sites of cultural heritage. So our colleague has said everything. I don't have to just to see. Thanks for all the participants, for the authors, and for the keynote speaker. And I'm hoping you have excellent and fruitful 4th International Conference on Hyper-Heritage. Thank you.
I would like first of all to give a big thank also for Dr. Muad, Dr. Muhammad, and Dr. Mahmoud, and Hassan Rabai'a, Omar al-Bzour for their, and Samah, I don't want to forget Samah, and Rudaina and Shafa, who really work hard with us, and all our friends, those who I didn't mention their names, so please don't be, so thank you very much. And I would like, in the name of Dr. Ali Abu Zuhri, opening the first session, and before it, we would like to welcome you in a coffee break. So to be with us today. And
15-minute
15
coffee
minutes
break and followed by
Thank
the speaker, Dr. Robert Rothlow. Following the coffee break, there will be a speech by the keynote speaker, Dr. Roberto Bartolo, professor from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The coffee break is in that door to my left.
Please have a seat, please. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. So all the time, always present my dear Robert, professor of very involved in economy and social sciences and new technology. So he is the Center of New Technology and Information Technology at the University of Rio de Janeiro. And he has been working for a long time about social innovation design and social institution design. So I'm very happy to present Roberto to give the first keynote speaker of this conference. Please, Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad, we are missing you, Dr. Muhammad. We can't start without you. Dr. Labib also. Dr. Labib. All the doctors, please. The students are must. You are right, Dr. Labib. Okay. Roberto, please. It's up to you.
شكرا.
I hope it's a good start. And I'm very, very happy to be here. I can only say thank you very much for the generosity of the invitation. And I will make a speech in this Hyper Heritage seminar that will be somehow traditional, because I have no data show. I will use no other technological devices than my speech. I will try to talk to you, and I will try a really risky task. I will try to have a dialogue, but I will begin with the discourse, because I have something ready in my hands. I brought a text, and if my text were music, it would have 3 movements. And I changed a little bit the title. I saw in the conference a title for my speech, but on my way to here, I changed it. So the new title is on solidarity, heritage, and technical images. It's, with this you have already somehow a hint of the 3 movements of the music. And I have, this is an academic meeting, so I have 3 strong academic references. Okay. Yes. It's a confirmation. No? So, well, so, then, in my, yeah, I continue? Okay. In my first movement, the strong reference is a North American author, a philosopher, contemporary, died a few years ago, Richard Moss. And the title of this movement is Describing and Redescribing. I think Richard Rorty is a key reference for my text. He believed that the most important job of philosophers should be to come up with ideas to promote greater freedom, empathy, and solidarity. I will consider social and institutional innovations, cultural and historical heritage under this perspective. The most important challenge facing social scientists today is that, in my opinion, of reinvigorating the role of social science. And now I quote Rorty, in widening and deepening our sense of community and of the possibilities open to that community. I will try not to follow the path of those who emphasize the darker aspects of the social sciences. But in doing so, I do not deny the so many ways in which contemporary social sciences do serve as instruments to the so-called disciplinary society. I hope to be right when I feel that coming to Jenin, I'm in the right place to make this speech as a pledge for the devotion of our human energies to the task of enlarging human solidarity and heritage. Social innovations are a broad field of possibilities, including new strategies, concepts, ideas that match social needs of all kinds. They comprise a wide bunch of processes, products, and services. The new technologies of information and communication offer new spaces of experience and horizons of expectations, embracing a variety of social entrepreneurships, of collaborative associations. My attention in this speech will be committed to a specific subset of possibilities in this wide universe. Patterns of relationship that may use the new technologies of information and communication as tools for the invention of solidarity and the preservation of heritage. Solidarity and heritage are two dimensions of the same time and space. I would even say them dimensions of the same spime, a word that might help us to have in mind how deep both intertwine in a wider and deeper sense of community. In heritage, we hear and give answer to the voice of the ancestors, bringing their message to future generations. In solidarity, we act in the present, widen the meaning of the word we. Solidarity and heritage may meet when legacies of the past and human diversity are not only object of archaeological research, but become commitments to a sympathetic attitude of understanding in avoidance of cruelty. Dialogical philosophy aims to widen and deepen our sense of community. Descriptions and redescriptions are the intellectual, convivial tools of dialogical philosophy as an effort to understand people, cultures, institutions, and practices in ways that make us more sensitive to the details of human pain, suffering, and humiliation, and committed to the cardinal values of tolerance, diversity, and freedom. The key issue for this perspective is to assume that by fostering an awareness of the contingency of all communities in this, and this includes, of course, my community, we may contribute to the aim of a renewed sense of community. Dialogical descriptions and redescriptions are an effort of translation, aiming to come closer to others that might be me. This way of living is not based upon the careful argumentation of a single and fixed, calcified vocabulary. It requires an ability to show how things might look when rearranged and placed in a different light. Doing so, the diversity and dynamics of change may break the bounds of mere inertial movements. Change itself may be changed. The core of this method is to describe and redescribe dialogically lots and lots of things in new ways until we have created a pattern of linguistic behavior which will tempt the rising generations to adopt it. The condition for this method to be more than an empty quibble is to come hand in hand with the struggle to find appropriate vocabulary for new forms of non-linguistic behavior, or in a clear-cut formulation. The wish for that philosophies say things like try. This suggestion is not necessarily anchored basis of language is really new. There will be no such criteria. It's not an attempt to enunciate the right description. Languages see our current ways of thinking and speaking into a new vocabulary. The speech of a dialogical redescriber doesn't aim at only offering arguments against the currently familiar vocabulary. It aims at offering new realities, a possibility assessed through a more attractive vocabulary capable to describe a wider variety of topics. Its success depends on the ability to create new metaphors and modes of speech in the borders of the old vocabulary. In a broader sense, poetry that over time succeed in becoming literalized and institutionalized in the grammar of a living language. Human thinking and acting, faced and defied by tensions and conflicts, are aimed at solving and dissolving problems. Telling stories, writing poems, composing philosophies and theologies, we are enabled to reduce tensions, aiming to satisfy our complex need for meaning and understanding. When these narratives fail to sustain us, they are either rejected or revised. Truth is never merely out there, waiting to be found. The word only description, the word on its own, amended by the described activities of human beings simply is. Neither facts to be recognized, expressed in an unique language, means of erudition and research that we achieve solidarity and preserve. It is our commitment to the other, taking over a responsibility that goes beyond the dialogue itself. In every authentic logical answer, possible acknowledge dialogue and discourse are communicative acts between me gives birth to new information. Telematic culture in a movable node in a network of in a reality I and you different contingent node of connections. It's not by means of our human capacity for researching that we achieve solidarity or preserve heritage, not only nor exclusively by it. Solidarity and heritage are not simply researched and discovered. Solidarity and heritage are human choice. They are part of human contingency and freedom as decisions we need to take and answers we need to give. This would be the first movement. The second is very different. And the strong academic reference I make for the second movement is of a contemporary philosopher from South Africa. His name is Mogobe Romose. And the key work, it's a book that he wrote about African philosophy through Ubuntu. Well, Mogobe Ramose describes how traditional cultures face the political, theological challenges of possessive individualism as a globalized economic ethics imposed by colonial rule. He points how odd the words of one of the fathers of the North American Republic, Benjamin Franklin, in advice to young tradesmen, written a long time ago, sound in the ears of indigenous conquered African people. I will quote Benjamin Franklin. The words of Franklin. Remember that money is of a prolific generation nature. Money can beget money, and its offspring can beget more, and so on. 5 shillings turned to 6, turned again 7 and 3 pence, and so on. And other words of Benjamin Franklin, the end of this quotation: he that murders a crown destroys all that it might have produced, even scores of pounds. Well, Mogobe, returning to Mogobe Romose. Surely a cow that gives birth to a fully fledged calf every day is anything but not nature. Natural. The contrast and tension between Franklin's prolific generation nature of money and the prolific generation nature of a natural cow may well serve as the basis to understand the attitude of the indigenous conquered African peoples toward money. 3 traditional aphorisms from the Sesotho language are cornerstones for Ramose's African philosophy through Ubuntu. The first one, I'm sure my pronunciation was wrong, but I will try to say the original words. Moto ke moto cavato, translated into English as humanity is achieved through others, expresses the central idea of Ubuntu's philosophical anthropology. To be human is to affirm one's own humanity by recognizing the humanity of others and establishing meaningful relations with them. Mutual recognition and respect must be the basis of interpersonal relations. The second aphorism: Fetek gomo o chavare moto, which may be literally translated into English as go past the cow and catch the human being, expresses a central principle of social philosophy. The aphorism says that having to choose between the protection of wealth, the cow, and the preservation of human life, you must choose the latter. So faced with a decisive choice between one's own wealth and the life of another human being, life must be the higher value and determine interhuman relations. The third aphorism is que goze cabato, expresses a fundamental aspect of political philosophy and may be translated into English as the king is king by the will of his people. So, as in a specific domain of interhuman relations, kingship must lay on mutual recognition and respect. Through Ubuntu, the I of a living human being is a contingent knot in a network of flowing connections where the we plays the central role. This relational network is threefold. It includes the living, the ancestors, and the yet to be born. Ramose writes Ubu in tu as a hyphenated word. The stem into indicates the process of life as an unfolding of the universe through concrete manifestations in different forms and modes of being, the emergence of human beings included. The prefix ubu expresses that the being of a person is embedded in the community and in the universe as a whole, as a knot in a flowing network of relations. For Ramose, Ubuntu is actually two words in one. Ubu is enfolded being before it manifests itself in a concrete form as a mode of existence of a particular entity and is distinctly ontological. Ntu is the nodal point at which being assumes the concrete form of a mode of being in the process of continual unfoldment and is distinctly epistemological. So, for Ramose, Ubuntu intertwines ontology and epistemology. This reference to African philosophy through Ubuntu should be an example of how a dialogical philosophy may be an effort to widen our sense of community, increasing and deepening our sensibility for needs, joys, and suffering of people we don't really know. I can't see the world with the eyes of another person. I can never be the other person who addresses me a foreign word or a gesture. I can only imagine to be in his or her place. But I can come closer to him or her in an effort of translating his or her communicative acts. In this broader sense, every authentic dialogue is a translation, even if the one who says me a word speaks the same native language as me. Of course, my proposition is not new. What is new in our present situation are the technologies that support the communicative acts in contemporary modernity. What is new is the digital organization of human culture. Our contemporary, institutionalized and controlled by radical new space of experiences and horizon of expectations in the new digital culture. With this, I come to my third and last movement. And I have here another strong academic reference. It's a Czech named Willem Flusser, who flew from Prague during the Nazi occupation and lived in Brazil, wrote most of his books in my native language, in Portuguese, and was a professor at the University of São Paulo. Willem Flusser wrote sharp critical essays describing the critical transition of contemporary modernity, with main concern on the consequences of the techno-images as a new way of organizing culture. In contemporary globalized modernity, the writing of texts is no longer the cornerstone of the organization of culture. Digital images play now this central role. And the transformations are as radical as in previous times. The rise of writing, and more particularly alphabetic writing, displaced traditional images and oral tradition from their central role in the organization of culture. For Flusser, alphabetic writing and historical conscience walked hand in hand. Contemporary digital technologies are promoting a dissolution of this picture. In this new universe of technical images, an ahistorical conscience prevails. Historical conscience plays now a peripheral role, analog to what happened in the past, to oral storytelling and the oral worldview of traditional storytellers during the rise of alphabetic writing as a key technological tool for organizing the culture. In the contemporary universe of technical images, the amphitheater turned to be the predominant pattern of communication, shaping the structures of mass media. In it, the mass only receives and has no transmission channels of its own. In few words, the perfection of amphitheatrical communication is a totalitarian, as shown by the well-known consequences of television: massification, passivity, lack of responsibility, programmed behavior. in the social and institutional network of modernity. The I of a living woman is an abstraction from dialogues mediated through technical channels under strong manipulative effects of mass media discourses. If communication depends upon dominate, elate the space where it take place, society risks decomposing into an amorphous crowd. The amphitheatrical structure of modern discursive mass media is intertwined both in public and private spheres with equally discursive, pyramidal modern political and economic institutions like big enterprises, bureaucratic agencies, and political parties. Daily life in such an environment is twofold. At one side, inertial conformism. At the other side, a struggle for meaning through struggle for recovering time and space for dialogical life. The second path has as key political issue a daily commitment against entropy, oblivion, and death. This includes the commitment for solidarity and heritage as transformative social vector. Solidarity and heritage are human relational crafts. They may be achieved and or preserved through situational learning. The contemporary space of experience and horizon of expectations for learning processes are changing deeply. All the learning institutions run the risk to become anachronistic when, as warned by Flusser, in the middle of the new scenario emerges a new apparatus operator complex that devours texts to spit them out again as techno images. The change has not only technical dimensions and consequences. A new way of relating, thinking, and acting is born. The texts that build the historical conscience are transformed in techno images like television programs. They lack the linear progression, causality, and finality of alphabetic writing. The apparatus operator complex functions as a dam that arrests the flux of facts in an everlasting artificial memory that may surround us in eternal cycles, emancipated from their original historical meaning. Loose from their historical meaning and void of their proper historical character, facts may be transformed in immaterial raw inputs for imaginary narratives. But is an amphitheater of pictorial poison our common destiny? Is the addressee not able to cut the exposure to techno images simply by disconnecting the apparatus? Is no place for dialogical interaction in the universe of techno images of the last century? A nonconformist interactive media arts closely linked to historical consciousness failed attempts. The most famous of these failed attempts that the mass media since then. The realm of the technologies of information and commerce of this past. We could explore this processes of portability and personalization of the media in the MP3 players are interfering and changing of culture. Discourses still prevail. Most contemporary gadgets are really receptive and for to dialogue, turning users into operators, not programmers. Operators have a very limited mastery of the personalized digital gadget they believe to own and control. They don't master the programs behind the apparatus. The more the digital gadget allows for personal design, software, or interface, the more their users become, or the majority of the users become dependent on the operation of functions prescribed by the program. A logical consequence of this situation is that any contemporary project for democracy and humanization should have an ambitious goal: the offer of a widespread opportunities for operators to become programmers. Considering the programming power of the apparatus-operator complex, to achieve this goal is not at all an easy task. As shown by WikiLeaks, contemporary modernity lives in the middle of the ruins of falling walls and Lego shields that safeguarded privacy from public control. Decisions are generally made for two possible reasons: to make something happen that would not otherwise happen, or to prevent something from happening that would otherwise happen. Reformations and transformations are strikingly different. Reformations are concerned with change in the means. Transformations involve changes in the objectives pursued. Transformations not only require recognition of the difference between what is practiced and what is preached, it also requires a transformation in the way we think. Without changing our patterns of thought, we will not be able to solve problems we created with our current patterns of thought. The ambitious and risky task before contemporary philosophy is to dare a learning process of a new imagination. This means not only to redesign epistemological categories and concepts. What is at stake goes far beyond the exercise of mere intellectual critique. A dialogical philosophy acknowledges that we are not bound to the vocabulary of our ancestors, and that dialogical innovations, in the most broader sense, translation and poetry, are the chief instruments of cultural change. Human condition is formed and informed by overlapping communities of dialogues, discourses, and practices. In contemporary globalized digital culture, dialogical life should be aware, as warned in one of the TED Talks, Chimamanda Adichie, of the danger of the single story. But oblivion has many faces. Even if confirmations are the most valuable reference for our ethical commitments, renewed confirmations of the right things done in the past is per se no new knowledge. Some contemporary digital media gadgets may lend themselves to the realization of a dialogical network through channels that allow reversible data flows in various directions. This optimistic aspect is not the whole picture. And even if we acknowledge the democratic, educational, and informative effects of a widespread access to the personalized digital media, contemporary dialogical philosophers reshape the old classic question. The old classic question was, who educates the educator? Today's $1 million question is, who programs the programmer? That's what I had to present to you.
We still have 5 to 10 minutes for questions or remark. Or I very much be interested in the three movements. I felt myself much more involved in the first and the third one, and I think some main ideas has been discussed at the beginning for notion of solidarity, the notion of freedom, the notion of dialogic philosophy, and mainly the idea of description and redescription that allows us to go outside of our close technological involvement. If we are really involved in innovation or innovative project, we should have the capability to see the world differently. And for this kind of things, I allow myself to say we need philosophy. We need philosophy to read the world in different way. We need philosophy to think things in different way. And we need some argument, some capability to perceive our world is changing every second in different way. So every technological innovation should be stand by some philosophical culture in order to go through this. For example, the ideas of the end of writing that Flusser announced in the 80s, not now. He said that the organization of the culture will be not be written, but will be technical images. And also he said something that was very important about the relation between programmer and operator, the black box, that most of the people are using technology, but we don't know, or we are not able to program the technology. We are very implied and frustrated to learn about using technology, but all this technology is already programmed. So we are talking about freedom and democracy and something like that. Most of the people should be programmer, which is not a easy task. So all in very few times you have exposed so many issues to be discussed and to be informed. Thank you very much. Any comments about the end of writing? Nobody's.
Bonjour à tous. Hello. It's a very, very interesting conference. I think the subject about the traditional beliefs, no, the traditional cultures, at this time in the world, I think it's very important think about that in the context of cultural heritage. Not only with the example is very, very interesting, the Ubuntu and the traditional philosophy in the Africa, but is the traditional cultures in the Africa, in the American and in the la América Latina, in Latin America, and in all the world, I think. No? The traditional cultures and the philosophies and in the cultural heritage is very important, and for us in this context, it's a very, very interesting thing about that.
Maybe if you don't have any further comments, as we are already very, very late, maybe we will achieve. The problem of language. If we can speak the same language, Ashraf, Amjad and I, we can speak 3 main languages. We can speak Arabic, French, and English. And we have so trouble to understand each other. We are one.
Very simple question. Who programs the programmer? For free, I ask it. Not for $1 million, okay? So, can you elaborate on that, please?
Who programmed the program?
I would say no one is a programmer all the time. No one, nobody. You may have parts of your life programmed, but the problem is when the one part begins and when the other ends. And this is a political issue. This is not a philosophical, theoretical issue. It depends upon the political context and depends upon the asymmetric relational, asymmetric relations, asymmetrical interference, and asymmetrical power. That's what I would say. So we need more space and time for dialogues in life, for sure. But we will only reach this if we can have a decision and the limits of discourses in our lives. And today, perhaps the most important, the most powerful weapon for the discourses are the programs. So, and if we don't know how to handle or how to master the programs at all, we are delivered.
I try to answer implicitly. I said there are people who have the power and there are people that don't have the power to do so.
I think we must finish the session, and thanks again, Roberto. We made our session in less than 1 hour. So if, I mean, it's a second session with one missed hop. And the first session, we are in time completely. I invite Stefan. Thank you for your listening.
Do you hear me? Okay, that's fine. So I will ask the speakers to come at the table. Pierre, do you want to join us? And who will present? Okay. Okay, she's taking pictures. So welcome to the first session of this conference. My name is Stéphane Chaudurand, and I am professor at the University of Lille in Communication Information Studies. So we have the great pleasure to introduce first two colleagues from Paris 8 University, Areti Damala, who will present the first talk on the DCOMP model, a comprehensive evaluation framework for digital museum interactives. Then, the authors are Areti, of course, and Jan Rudven and Eva Hornecker. The second talk will be made by Pierre Châtel, and the other author is Guillaume Bezassier from Paris 8 University. Une approche hypermédia. Your talk will be in English?
I have a title in English, but I don't know why the title is in French in the program, sorry. Okay. It's an hypermedia approach for digital heritage data promotion.
Okay, thanks. And the third and final talk is Adaptive User-Centered Application for Cultural Heritage Environments by Amjad Ratrout, Shafak Abdullouf, and Kaifa Sabaneh from the Arab American University. And I guess the speaker will be okay. Thanks. So, as we don't have many times, maybe we can start by the first presentation. I give you the floor.
Yes, thanks, Stefan. The title of my presentation is the DCOMP model, a comprehensive evaluation framework for digital museum interactives. So as the name suggests, it is a model and a framework for the evaluation of digital cultural heritage resources. So it's a theoretical, conceptual model which is built nevertheless on a lot of practical work which was carried out within the framework of the MESS project while I was So what we will do will be to visit its main goals and objectives. See some of the main prototypes we developed and some of the interactives. And then we'll try and understand what actually is to develop digital technology have really great for accessing. As we all know, platforms, different content formats as well. There are also concerns that sometimes technology creates a new gap between visitors and heritage. There are concerns which are raised about the cognitive overload we can provoke to the visitors sometimes. We also often discuss about attentional balance issues or visitors' isolation. And sometimes there is also a dominance of information over emotion and materiality. What the MESS project advocates was that tangible and embedded interaction can offer new ways to bring heritage back to the center stage. So a few museums have started experimenting with such approaches, as is the case here, as we see from this installation of the Cleveland Museum of Art, where we have an installations inviting visitors to imitate the posture of a sculpture, and then we have a Kinect which actually rates how well they did. So this is what we wanted actually to address in MESS, this challenge. And we also wanted to create technologies that will make the visitors to look back at the original rather than stealing the attention from heritage itself. So these were the three main MESS pillars upon which we based our work, and I mentioned them here because they really influenced our work on the DCOMP model. The first one is co-creation and do-it-yourself approach. So we had a team of curators, artists, and designers which all worked together. The second principle was the one we just saw about tangible interaction. And the third one was the reuse of digital artifacts and digital resources for the creation of different type of museum interactives. So the project ran over 4 years, and here we see the main specialties of the partners that also influenced the work on the model. What was really great was that we had 3 museum partners. So museum, which is a science and hands-on museum. We got a lot of interactives on the museum floor. Allard Pearson Museum, which is a history of art and archaeology museum. And then Museo Storico Italiano della Guerra, which focuses on the history of the First World War. So different collections, very complementary. We also have a list of external collaborations as well as associated members in the network, mainly from the UK, Ireland, and the Netherlands. Now, there's another thing that influenced our work, and this was were our MESS end users. So when we talked about end users in MESS, we didn't just have in mind the museum visitors, but also the cultural heritage professionals who create these interactives, who have to create the content and, let's say, maintain them. And they are responsible from A to Z, basically. So this is how we started in the project the first year. We started creating a lot of prototypes, no less than 16 in the first year of the project. And we experimented with most of them in real conditions, like we see here, for example, the loop, which is an interactive which uses augmented reality. There is an Android or an iPhone which is hidden in a wooden encasement, and the visitors can use the loop metaphor, so the magnifying lens metaphor, so as to scan museum exhibits and receive virtual overlays and information with which they can interact. Or this bag, which was created for a treasure hunt game, and allows the visitor actually to read information about the objects you put inside using the RFID technology. Or this ring, which used thermal interfaces to indicate, so the warm and the cold metaphor to indicate, if it's warm, for example, that you are close to a point in an, let's say, outdoor archaeological site for which there is more information. At the end of the project, we also had 3 large exhibitions. This one is occurred in the museum, Atlantic Wall, where the City of Peace. So we received more than 20,000 visitors could use this information about this and from 3 different perspectives. Okay, so we the German perspective, the German occupier perspective, the citizen perspective, occupying forces. That's another exhibition we created at at Allard Pearson Museum. It received 5,000 visitors, so that was an installation which actually the ancient Greek ball called Kylix in ancient Greek, and also to interact with characters from a virtual, from an ancient symposium. And that's the exhibition we created for the Museo Storico Italiano della Guerra, probably with 3 or 4. It was a very harsh condition actually of visiting the First World War trenches. Now, another thing that influenced our work in the project was the fact, as I was responsible of the evaluation work package, we had 3 different bricks and tasks we needed to work on. So the first part of the project, we had to work with evaluation of the technology. So really separate, standalone software and hardware components. And then we had a deliverable that had to work on the museum visitor experience. And the third one, which had actually to focus on the experience of the cultural heritage professionals who use these interactive technologies. Now, as probably many of you know, because of carrying out evaluation studies, so evaluation has been characterized as a weak challenge. So it constantly figures in the new media Horizon report, the museum edition, as one of the most important challenges we are faced with. And this, one of the reasons for which this is, of course, the fact that we have diverse digital cultural heritage resources, so different types, different contents, different displays. So that creates some issues. And then when we talk about emerging technologies, another challenge is that very often there is a lack of baselines or previous experience on how to evaluate an interactive experience. Then we have as well multiple disciplines that enter in evaluation, like, for example, ethnomethodology, ergonomy, cognitive psychology, museum and visitor studies. And we also have different schools and methodologies that we apply once we are on site. So for us in MES, it was very important to create or work on frameworks as to move from specific questions to a generic framework about the evaluation of digital cultural heritage resources, but also because we wanted to create a common understanding among project partners, as well as offer a flexible reference tool to other cultural heritage professionals. So there were 2 iterations, which we're going to see very quickly here, because the one actually helped us to form the other. The first version, for which we worked in year 2 and year 3, and the final version, which became the DCOP model. So here's how we started. We started with a workshop in which we asked from all project partners to reflect actually on evaluation challenges for each one of the prototypes we had developed. And this is a little bit how we worked. Here, for example, we see the loop and some of the questions that were formulated during this session. We can see that there are different types of questions we can ask. And you can also observe the fact that we have, well, a pinpoint as well, which is the curator perspective. Okay, so if I'm interested about whether the focus is the loop of the object, that's a different kind of question, focusing more on the visitor experience than, for example, the question the curator might ask, how easy it is to find content that I can present using the loop. And that's how we worked as well for the rest of the prototypes we had developed up to that point. And that was the first phase and break. And then a few months after, we had a second workshop. By that time, it had become clear that in MES, there are 3 different perspectives, actually, we can differentiate when we talk about the evaluation of cultural heritage resources. So the museum visitor perspective and the museum visitor experience. But then we have the cultural heritage professional experience, because he's the one who is charged with the practicalities of setting all things up. And then we have as well the institutional perspective, because a museum as an institution might also ask questions about whether or not a museum interactive is appropriate to be adopted. So this is what we came up working like this. So every partner, so we had posted notes, and each evaluation key point aspect or question was clustered and categorized under one of these 4 categories. So this is what we came up to begin with, saying that technology is the entity that actually underlies and influences the experience of the 3 main entities: the cultural heritage professional, the institution, and the visitor. For example, the cultural heritage professional will be interested in understanding whether it's easy to fabricate a smart adaptive exhibit, whether it is easy to personalize the content, and how easy, for example, is it to create content about this. The institution might be preoccupied with aspects such as, for example, the cost, the overall cost for this intervention, or the necessary infrastructure needed. And then we have the visitor experience, for example, aspects about the impact the interactive might have on the museum visit and the museum visitor. So that was the first form of the model, and then what happened was that we had the three main exhibitions we saw earlier, which fed into the model, as well as what we call the authoring phase, in which more than 100 cultural heritage professionals participated, and they were actually invited to create interactive prototypes and brainstorm with the project partners. So what happened actually after this phase is that we modeled a little bit differently the framework. So this is how it looks like in the decomp version of the model, and we'll see what it's called decomp. So once again, we recognize that we have these three different experiences, and that technology is actually the factor that changes or alters the realities and the experience of these three main entities. But then we started realizing, working with these approximately 160 points we gathered in the first session, that there are different phases in the introduction of technology in museums, and more specifically, a design phase, a content creation phase, an operation phase, and a compliance phase. Okay, and sometimes these phases can as well coincide. So design covers aspects that are related to the conception, design, and product ideation of an idea of a digital museum interactive. Then we have the content creation category. So content creation is one of these phases that are very often underestimated. It can take a lot of time and effort. Then we have operation evaluation criteria. So that concern practicalities on setting up and deploying the technologies. Or evaluation and performance criteria such as, for example, robustness or maintenance. And then we have compliance criteria such as, for example, accessibility, health and safety. And here is how it looks like. So this is the wheel we created, and that's an abbreviated version of the matrix we created. So what we see here is the three main entities. Once again, the cultural heritage professional, the institution, and the museum visitor, with a column modeling the different phases in the technology. Okay, design, content creation, operation, and compliance. And to the right, yes, the experience of these three different entities. So here is how the detailed version looks like. So you have approximately 132 criteria which are listed in the decomp matrix. Design as product ideation usually occurs at the very first stages. So let's see some examples. For example, design, concept, and idea is something that it's very important for the cultural heritage professional to have a clear idea of what can be achieved, or of how an interactive can be integrated in the exhibition development process, or how it fits with other ICT technologies. While, for example, the institution might be more interested in understanding if this interactive will be compliant with other existing information systems existing in the museum. In the content creation category, for example, one of the evaluation criteria might be, and is very often for the cultural heritage professionals, utility, usability, and ease of use, and not of the museum interactive itself, of the content creation process. How easy is it to create and update content for the interactive? In the operation phase, we have other evaluation criteria which are related with deployment and setting up aspects. For example, when we run the exhibition and museum, one of the questions we had were related with questions of loss, deterioration, or theft of the replicas. How easy they are to replace, or how much do they cost? The day-to-day running and maintenance might be also a question for cultural heritage professionals, or aspects that we often overlook, stability, for example. Some museums do cut the power overnight, so when the application or system reboots, things might turn wrong. And then we have compliance aspects, like, for example, accessibility or suitability for all visitors. Aspects like safety or emergency management. Okay, for example, let's think about motion sickness caused, for example, by virtual reality applications. And then aspects, for example, such as ethics and of big data or data gathering. Okay, so that's a different preoccupation for the cultural heritage professional who will want to understand what he can achieve gathering all this big data. The institution will be concerned with the ethics of gathering, storing, or analyzing this data. And then for the museum visitor, the question is how we can adapt or personalize the experience. So as to conclude, evaluation can really assist us in understanding the short and long-term impact of digital museum interactives and assessing risks and challenges, but also in planning and managing change in the short and the long term. So the evaluation framework we created can be used by other cultural heritage professionals. It has multiple entry points. It can be used for different types of technologies. It is non-linear, so that might create or cause issues for non-linear people. We listed 132 complementary evaluation key points for the three main entities, as well as 4 distinct phases of introducing technology, all structured and coded. And we're actually trying right now to find the best possible format for publishing this, because, well, the volume of the work is actually quite important. I would be really interested in your feedback and questions, because I really believe that some of the presentations that will follow will further fit into the work of the DCOMP model and the first version, published version that we will have. Yes. Of this. So thank you very much. And I don't know if we're having questions now or probably after altogether. No. Okay.
So thank you very much, Areti. We have some times for some questions. Is there some questions? Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I have a question about the last slide, I think.
Yeah. This one.
This one, yes. Maybe about as a designer, I have a question about design, because you take it here as a material thing, as a form, and I think design is everywhere, in design of content, in design of operation, in design of experience. I think design is in the four aspects that you...
Which is why it is not accidentally the category, which is the longest one in the framework. So we do cover aspects of, that's a very good question actually. We had to differentiate some of them because of course design is behind storytelling, for example, or the way we want to reveal this content. So what we did is that, it's a pity I don't have a larger image here. The second category in design, D2, is experience, design and narratives. So that goes there. And we try to keep in the content creation cluster aspects that really have to do with the practicalities of creating, curating, and updating content. It's not always a very easy exercise because sometimes, there might be overlaps. So it's easy to say, yep. Thank you.
Another question?
Just 2 quick questions. One is regarding the end user. Did you look at the level of knowledge of the end users and the age of the end user in terms of the technology? For example, different ages will behave differently to different technologies. And the second question is, do you have a possibility of taking these experiences and expertise and applying it in museums in third world countries, so to speak, or developing countries like our country? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so as to start from the second question, I don't see a reason for which this could not be applied in developing countries. It's actually quite flexible and can be used in different ways. Now the question, if we are talking about situations which are a little bit more critical, is whether technology is one of the priorities or whether there are other issues or questions that need to be answered before we dive into the technology questions. Now, as for the first question, would I be right to suspect that when you say end users, you mean probably the end user, the museum visitor, our public? Yes. And the question is whether we took under consideration their feedback, right? For the DCOP model, yes, implicitly. Why implicitly? Because we created the model working with project stakeholders. But the way it was actually fleshed out was really informed by the studies we did on site with the visitors. For example, for the Atlantic Wall exhibition, we carried out a study during a period of 2 weeks with 120 active study participants. So no, we didn't ask the visitors, okay, what do you think is important about your experience? But the findings really informed the way we detailed actually all the aspects that we can list under the visitor experience, let's say, column or our category.
Is that wrap?
Thank you. Last question?
There.
So my question is that is your model only qualitative model? So we
only, sorry?
Qualitative. I mean, we have many models. I don't know, like while I was working in cultural heritage, I found similar models. Maybe not exactly the same, maybe not exactly the same purpose, but I'm sure there is many elements in your model which I found in some models in cultural heritage.
Yes.
So I don't know, how do you find the integration or the relation between your model and other models, and how can we integrate them, or
Yes.
what is the best context,
Yes.
you know, to
Thanks
understand?
for this question, because it's a really good one. So some of the work we did, and a very important part of the work was a literature survey, so as exactly to identify existing models. So what is really good is that the way things are formed in our model,
Yes.
it really allows to map on it existing models about either the visitor experience or the cultural heritage professional experience. So there are a few of them that have been identified, probably 6 or 7. So yes, I mean, it is possible to map them on the model and say that, okay, for example, the LEARP model is more on the museum visitor experience and the learning impact of new technologies. While we have other models which insist more on the institutional perspective, the museum as an institution and its concerns.
So you try to bring together
Exactly.
the elements.
So it's
yeah.
part of this work to try and identify all other existing frameworks and say how they fit in, or how they can be mapped onto the model we just presented here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I have my own question.
Okay, great.
So you presented a very interesting framework, but could you be more precise concerning the theoretical basements of your approach for exploring end-user behavior?
So the theoretical, not the practical ones, because the practical ones was, as I said, the hands-on work we did with other colleagues, as well as in the field with our museum visitors, right? But there are also a few things that could work well with the model, theoretically speaking, okay, like activity theory, for example. It would be a lie to say that for the time being we have everything mapped correctly, but I think that the richness and the particularities, that the way things are organized and modeled, it is quite easy actually to add bricks or layers and point to other work. So activity theory, is there something else more specifically you had in mind that could...
Use and gratifications, for example.
Using, sorry?
Use and gratifications.
Wortification?
Use and gratifications.
Use and
theory.
gratification, yes. Or for example, yes, that's a very good example, or the flow theory of Mihaly, that would definitely go in the visitor experience perspective, because we would need to understand how we create the hook and how to maintain interest and engagement. So by all means I don't think we have covered everything, but I think that the richness or the particularities that the way things are modeled really allow us to, kind of, let's say, add these extensions and map to existing work. So thanks for this question. Yes, thanks, Stefan.
Okay, thank you very much. So we switch to the second speaker. Pierre, yes. It's up to you.
Thank you, Rorty. And thank you, Stéphane. So yes, my name is Pierre Châtel-Innocenti, and I'm a researcher, computer scientist in Paris 8 University in the CUTU laboratory. And today I will present a work I've done with my dear colleague Guillaume Bezoissier. And the title in English is Hypermedia Approach for Digital Heritage Data Promotion and to the General Public. But first of all, let me thank you, dear colleagues at AAOG, for hosting this conference, and I'm very glad to be with you today to present you this work. So, first of all, full disclosure, as I was saying, I'm a computer scientist, so maybe the content of the slide will lean heavily toward computer science. I will try to do my best to keep the level manageable for you. So the rationale for this work is that I will start first of all by the rationale. Is that multimedia heritage data we think has a huge valorization potential, whether it be cultural, artistic, educational, or any other ones, to the general public. But we find it that it remains often underexploited. And there can be multiple reasons, but in the considered context of this paper and this presentation, which are archaeological excavations, we can see two main reasons. The first one being that the data is collected by scientists. So its access and manipulation is difficult for non-experts, this existing data. And also, for this specific context of archaeological excavation, the data itself, the multimedia data, stems from an ephemeral context. And this context of ephemeral is strongly constrained. So our hypothesis for this work is that this ephemeral aspect can be a determining mediation feature. And the temporal characteristic of a transient event, whether it be short-lived, perishable, instantaneous, such as the excavation itself, but there could be other events, can have a tangible impact on the captured digital heritage data around the event. So ephemeral at the level of the event, impact on the data itself. And I will go on that on the next slide. So at the same time, so you have this at the first end of the spectrum, and at the other end of the spectrum, you have the public. And the public is increasingly aware of the interest of historic sites. But its expectations at the same time are going higher and higher in terms of richness of content, of interaction with the content, with the multimedia content that you can do. It can be stories, narrative, web documentaries, websites, presentations, like that. So you need to deal with both ends of the spectrum. And this is why we put forward a dedicated mediation approach and in the future the tooling of this approach. So today this is the prospective work, the theoretical foundation, that takes into account all these characteristics, or at least we hope so. And our end goal in the future is to provide everyone, not only scientists, but the general public too, with the means to realize their own hypermedia creations around the heritage data. So the content of this presentation, first I will give you the detail of the approach, of the computer model behind it in the second part. I will use that. Then we'll see the application context in archaeology. So it's the site of Gortyn in Crete. A simple use case and mock-up of what in the future you could do with this approach. So, moving on. As I said, impact of the ephemeral on heritage data. We see qualitative impact. For instance, you have strong time constraint at the time of the photographic capture at the archaeological level, which can lead to, I don't know, bad framing of the picture, for instance. But also, and we are more interested in the second aspect, the impact at the quantitative and temporal level. And it's on a variety of availability of data after the event is over. For example, the excavation is finished, and what is the availability of the data that has been captured? And so, as I said, we focus on the second aspect for this work, the quantitative and temporal impact on heritage data. And for the case of Gortin in Crete, so this archaeological site, we use data that is available to a public open, on our open license wiki, even a semantic wiki. This needs to be precised. We have no link with the searchers and people working there. We selected this use case because the data was rich and available, so it was a good use case to put this approach to the test. So the approach relied mainly, the main aspect of the approach is to rely on the concept of scenario, to tell any story you want. It's not my goal to tell a story, it's for the user to tell a story. We give the approach and the tools to be able to tell the story around the existing data and associate the data in itself and bring out its meaning, or a meaning, any meaning you want. And scenariization itself is a conceptualization and contextualization approach that has, in fact, really proved its worth in many disciplines, not only in per-heritage. It's a model of narrative in storytelling, for instance, that says Birch. So I sprinkled a lot of bibliographical references in the presentation. If you want to see the details, for instance, on this one, the details are in the paper of this presentation itself. I did not put the full citation on the slides. So first one here, and it's a model of a production in the audiovisual sector, the scenario of interactions in hypermedia, says Bulb, for instance, in 90, so it's not so long ago, of gameplay. The scenario is also used for making games, and the name in this case is gameplay. So in our case, if I sum all this definition, this meaning of scenario for this specific work, for us, a scenario is a non-linear, and this is an important point, this is why it is bold, a non-linear organization in an hypermediatic form of digital data. And it describes a set of paths that the public, the user, the lecter, can take in an interactive mediator object. So the scenario in itself, when you have defined a scenario, it's an hypermedia document with interlinking data, pictures that are linked together, objects that are linked together, elements from the diegesis of those things you will describe. So for this, we defined our own scenarios. And I will present you that approach. We use this approach, which is very well known in computer science, to have this model. And when you define scenarios, you define instance model, unified meta-language model. In the main benefit of doing this when I instance model, you make the instantiation. You don't need to make first a scenario. Everything is handled in one or two steps. And this is the role of this slide. The tools you have at your disposal, tools to do a scenario that on paper. So then the first pre-production tool, storytelling tool. There are a lot of ones. Just to give you a few names. Paris, all these people are making that do not work with this scenario on paper using scenario techniques. Then you need to migrate to a tool. So in the end, you steps. We want to simplify this. Our model, you instantiate it. You only need one actor, hyper scenarist in our case, and is an instance of the model which can be more quick in being able to take the data, distribute it, and you need more to be agile. So, generic hyper scenario model, which I just presented, scenistic conceptual elements, explicit definition of these elements, which are the details about the narrative, ones that are not in the fiction, so the world, genetics of the vicissitudes of the narration. But there are also extended scenario concept from scenistic. We make no distinction between the narration level and the scenation level. The narration level is a deep structuration of the narrative logic, and the scenation level, which is on top, is a shallow structuration that is proposed to the public. In our case, we don't do this two layer or two steps approach. We introduce the concept of projection, where the narrative frame is the direct structuration of the states of the mediator objects of your final production, directly presented to the public. Each sequence is combined with a set of projections that make the transition from diegetic objects to actual mediums, pictures, sound, videos, etc. Available, of course, through specific interaction modality. Why doing this, combining these two levels, is again the same reason, is of being fast and agile. That is a key for relevance if you want to make valorization in the context of the web, and of course in an ephemeral context. Because we target specifically the production of hypermediatic and highly distributable online mediator object. We don't address movies, theater plays, where effectively you have these two steps, these two main moments in time, the moment you make the scenario and the moment you put it into production. In the context of the web, you can have these two moments combined together. And in fact, that is what happens. That is our hypothesis. And you can directly make concrete choices of realization at this very moment of the definition of the scenario. The model itself is, as I said, in UML, so it's a very big model that is currently being developed. It will be too big to put it on slide, so what I did here is make a simplified diagram of what the model is. Each colored box, so you can't really see very clearly the colors here, but the big boxes are packages in the sense of the unified meta language. And the rounded one here are classes. Okay, and you can see you have the general package for all the hyper scenario. Inside you have specific environments. So diegesis is a generic environment with all the elements of the narrative, like what it is, what is a location. But we also introduce specific data in the model. For example, we added a specific part for technological aspects. Here. And for instance, we introduce self-narration and all the elements of production, which includes when you choose the picture. On which screen do you present? Do you present on a big screen? On a small screen? Like, which is more and more, you need to target this kind of. So you have this notion. To come very soon. On the next line, on a specific subpart. Just before that, some key principles, and I will go very quickly to that. The first key principle is that all concepts in the model are represented as classes. So as I said, all of these are classes which you can instantiate. You have the class of an entity, and you can have entities, which are instances of the class entity. You have a place class, a hyper-scenario class. For instance, you can have a GPS coordinates for the place, which is a class, an attribute in the class place. The second concept is that the model, as I said before, is organized in packages and sub-packages in order for you to be able to enter the model more easily than if it was a big bag of concepts with no organization. Okay. The third aspect is that you have a lot of logical relations between classes. And of course, this is the basis for all the hypermedia and hyperlinks between the elements of your model. And this will, of course, translate to the production itself, where you will be able to have hyperlinks between, I don't know, pictures, or you can click on things, etc. And last but not least, the model tends to be generic and extensible. You know that one of the main traps that us computer scientists tend to fall into is that we want to create approaches that are generic and that do everything. But in the end, generally, these approaches don't do nothing. So it was the main difficulty with that. And what we want to do and what we are trying actually to do is, it is generic. We give a few concepts, the basis, the foundation, and we have hooks in the model. So if you have specific needs, you go directly extend the model and plug all your needs. So I don't know everything that you might need. I just put the general framework, and it is extensible. For this presentation, I personally did the work to extend it for archaeological excavation. It was not a specific thing that was already built. I added it. So it's possible in theory. But in the end, this is what we are trying to do. Okay. And yeah. So you see the magnifying glass is just to show you that, just for to prove to you that it's not only a theoretical work and you have actual model behind it. For instance, if I zoom in the narration part, you can see, but I will skip this part. You can. This is an extract from the actual UML model, classes, and all the links, all the little arrows you can see are all the links between the classes. For instance, here you have a description of nonlinear user flows in the miniature objects, as described by Lobin in 2005 and 2004. This is the theoretical foundation aspect. Here you have macros and even macro structures of master structures. This is something that is akin to loops, conditions that you might know from a usual any program. These are photographies and pictures. So it's a wiki, it's a semantic wiki using open. So it is not done by me or the team. It is a totally other of university in and in Crete doing time. This says here. It says do I skip? Well, you have movie, you have can combine all of this. Use this as this instantiation is made by an hyperscenarist. The data from this 2010 excavation campaign. And the hyperscenarist has no link. It can be one of the original researchers, but it's not necessary. And in what I show you in the next slide, the goal of this hyperscenarist was to make an online interactive web documentary about the changes that happened at the excavation site itself. And he wanted to make this available to everyone on his website, for instance. And he wanted to make something that is very, very easy to navigate. So for that, he relied on 3 types of existing multimedia data: pictures, like the one I showed you before from the excavation site, maps, sketches that were produced during the excavation. And all of them will be hyperlinked at the diegetic and the final production level. And so this gives something like that. In the end, so this is a mock-up from a web documentary that is available online. And what I show you here is I will use that, is the landing page. So this is very fuzzy on the screen here, not on mine, but of course. So you have a map, which is something like Google Map. You have the view of the excavation sites. You have the view of the avatars of the archaeologists on the excavation site. The user can click, for instance, here he will click here, and this will zoom and give him a view of what happens at this specific place at area 563. And here we use a specific mediation feature on the right of your the screen, which is a timeline. So since you have pictures that were taken of this era at multiple times during the excavation, we provide the user, the public, with a means to navigate in time, and you can see the evolution of what happens. And for that, we use a timeline. And this is in the tooling that we provide. In the model, you have the notion of timeline, and you can rely on this to present the evolution in time. So this is just a very simple example. And of course, so you can go back, forth. This is a mock-up. In the end, we will have that. So, wrap up. We proposed a new hypermedia approach for the promotion of ephemeral digital heritage data. And it was applied here to this scientific archaeological context, but it is not in itself limited to that. It put forward the ephemeral aspect, and our end goal is to have all the tooling available around this model, and that should be simple enough to provide everyone, including the general public, with the means to realize their own hypermedia creation. As of today, we have the preliminary version of the formal model that is at the heart of the scientific contribution, and the first application study over Gortin and the mock-up I just presented. And in the near future, or at least I hope so, the first software implementation of the proposed model, the first usable prototype, and other use cases, maybe other sites, archaeological sites in Palestine, for example. This is something that can be done. Thank you very much. And sorry for the delay.
Sorry. So maybe we have time for just half a question. Just half.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, what I presented today is a class model, because this is very akin to a meta model. In fact, it's more a meta model than a model. And to do that, the best UML subpart is class model. I don't see at this point the use for a sequence model for that. Maybe it will be useful when translating from this to a software tool. Maybe then you will describe the software itself using sequence. But for the model itself, class diagrams were, I think, the way to go. It is very similar to an ontology. It is.
No, sorry. I'm sorry to
Alpha
short you.
question, alpha response.
Okay, so you can go on outside after the session. Okay, sorry, very sorry, but I need to give the floor to the last two speakers, who are Shafak Aboulouf and Kifaya Sabana. Is that right?
Good evening. I am Kifaya Sabana and my colleague Shafak Aboulouf. We are computer science master student in the Arab American University. We are going to present our paper with Dr. Amjad Ratrout entitled Adaptive User-Centered Application for Cultural Heritage Environments. So first we will start with an introduction about the heritage locations inside and what environments can we obtain or can we discover inside a heritage location. We will mention the challenges inside the heritage locations, and next we will provide the proposed system or the proposed work. Then a detailed framework will be provided, and finally we will conclude with the future work. So, as we know, heritage locations form a rich resource for cultural and historical informations. So it is important to provide representative data and representative information and services to the visitors of such places. Due to the richness and diversity of the information and information items inside cultural heritage, visitors to such places may get overwhelmed. So it is important to provide them with the assistance and with the help to get the best experience from their visit. Of course, this requires and need from us to take into account the diversity and the variations in the different visitors' interests, knowledge, and experiences. So for this purpose, mobile-based guides are increasingly used to provide guided tours in heritage environments. And besides that, user-aware approaches are used to facilitate the process of personalizing such guide applications to according to the visitor interest, to the visitor knowledge, and to the visitor preferences. Next, Shafak will provide and will explain the challenges facing us while personalizing such guide applications.
Good evening. I am going to talk about the challenges faces us to to personalize or to have a personalized application in the cultural heritage environment. The first one is that the visitors have to discover unfamiliar environment that may be visiting for the first time. And those visitors are vary in their, comes from different bases and may vary in their backgrounds, in their languages, in their age. And this issue can make a challenge for extracting the interest for each individual visitor. As we said, the visitors are introduced to the cultural heritage for the first time, usually for the first time. So our system may suffer from what is called the cold start problem, in which new users to the system, we do not have records for the visitors. We do not have enough information about the visitor, so we cannot recommend them the suitable content that match their interest. In our proposed architecture, we try to eliminate this problem, or we try to minimize the effect of the new visitors in the system. Okay, Another challenging issue is that the visitor, while the visitor is moving inside the environment, his interest may get changed, or he may saw a point of interest not in the recommended path, and he get interested in those points and want to view. So we have an adaptation to the interest of the visitor. Okay. To handle those problems, we proposed an adaptive user, and a model that based on the adaptive user-centered application to provide a simple approach to provide the heritage locations visitors with a real-time dynamic recommended tour. This general model will contain subsets like the user model, the recommendation model, the generation model, and the adaptation model. In the next slide, we will clarify each one of them. Okay. Let's start with the user-centered design. We choose the user-centered design as it's try to understand the user needs and capabilities, and it focuses more on the user, not on the technology that provided to the user. So in our approach, we are need to understand the user to understand his needs and his expectations without focusing just on the technology that we gonna use as a solution. Okay, we choose this design as it is suitable for systems that are integrated with an existing environment and communities. And we focus on user engagement at the two different levels. First of all, at the content level, in which we capture the visitor profile, we measure his satisfaction and track his behavior inside the environment. And at the application level, it concerns with making usable and user-friendly applications. So we measure the satisfaction of the user about the overall application or overall technology through implicit and explicit methods. And we will clarify it on the next slide. Okay. The general system framework.
Okay, in this figure we clarify the proposed system framework, which is composed of four main models. The first model is the user model, which is responsible for capturing users and visitors' interests from different resources. And that's what will we mention, or which resources we will use, that what we mention later. The second model is the recommendation model. It is responsible for the delivery of the set of points of interest that matches the user or the visitor profile and the contextual information. The third is the path plan, which is an optional model. User may decide to go and walk it freely inside the heritage location, and in the other hand, user may request a path plan to go from one point of interest to another in the recommended tour. And finally, the adaptation model. This model concerns concerns about adapting the recommendation based on the satisfaction measurement of the visitor. That means that in this model, we adapt what we provide to user services, or here the recommendation service, according to measuring his satisfaction and his engagement within the environment.
The first model is the user model, and it's considered the main model in the system, as in recommendation systems. If we do not have enough information about the visitor, the recommendation result will be weak. Okay. User model is composed of information about the user gathered by different technologies or methodologies. We propose to have both explicit techniques and implicit techniques. The explicit techniques will be a symbol form at the beginning or at the registration stage, the visitor will be asked about his name, his language, and his age as a basic information. Okay, the second techniques are the implicit techniques. We will try to enrich the visitor profile through through different sources of data. The first one is the social network data, in which nowadays the people tend to share their knowledge, their activities at the social networks, so we can extract their likes, their posts, and their check-ins to try to enrich their profile with the external information. The second one is the history logs data are used or use our application previously. We will store his store his all information and try to use it later. And then one is the similar profiles. We inside the environment. The final one is the satisfaction behavior of the visitor at the same session. So we are on the record. Any point of interest, recommender systems try to or predict suitable and related be categorized to content-based, collaborative, hybrid-based. The content focuses on the profile, the point of interest that he already viewed and liked before or ranked before. So the content-based try to recommend similar point of interest that already viewed by the visitor. The collaborative, it's the opposite. It focuses on similar other visitors, so it recommends the recommended set will be based on the similar profiles, the items that other similar visitors viewed or ranked previously. The content-based and the collaborative could limit the results of the recommendation set, and the hybrid recommendation, which combines the content-based and the collaborative, is proposed to eliminate the limited results of both of them. Okay. The main three steps of the recommendation will be the pre-filtering, which will generate an initiate point of interest set. Then this point of interest or this set will get weighted according to the hybrid model, which, as we mentioned, it's based on the same profile or the same visitor profile and his similar profiles. And finally, the post-filtering point, the post-filtering step, it will adapt this set according to the changes in the interest of the visitor through the application session. Okay, algorithm. And, okay. Path planning model. As we said, after we give the visitor is free to choose whether he would walk freely in the location, or if he had limited path techniques, and also ranked to the lowest, so he could the most related to his interest.
Okay, next we will move to clarify fourth model, which is the environments. We need to evaluate the visitor satisfaction to him. So, on that, we propose two-phase adaptation algorithm to provide dynamic and real-time enhanced services. In the first phase, visitor engagement assessment is used to evaluate the second phase. The engagement assessment is used to tool and adapt the visitor in both implicit and explicit in the tools, but primary here for the purpose of that's mean to reduce the with the application. The first is in the this figure emphasizes heritage location. This or the decision of which user satisfaction assessment scheme to use based on whether the user or the visitor provided a rank or didn't provide a rank. If he provide a rank, then we will update the remaining trajectory based on both or based on two-dimensional satisfaction assessment schemes, which is the ranking and visitor commitment degree. Of course, ranking as explicit method and visitor commitment degree to the recommended plan is implicit. On the other hand, if the visitor didn't provide a rank for the current point of interest he is watching or he is viewing, then we will update the remaining trajectory implicitly, completely implicitly based on the visitor commitment degree and the facial expression recognition. Talking about ranking, of course, ranking is a very simple way to gather or to get the a direct assessment or a direct feedback from the visitor. So within a simple click, okay. Within a simple click on the representative facial emoji, the visitor can participate in the coordination decision, what he will view and where he will go. Of course, the importance of ranking method can from that we need to back. We say or we say to him that we appreciate your efforts in interacting, and we will let you participate in the decisions that we make about it is important that ranking is optional. People or visitors to heritage locations varies and differs in their interests and their behaviors. Some people want or like the interactive platforms and want to interact with them, and other people don't like such platforms or don't want to give their feedback. So we should take that into concern and provide other non-intrusive methods to extract the feedback from user implicitly. Here, as we mentioned before, we used visitor commitment degree and the facial expression to the plan tour. Here we are talking about while the visitor is moving from one point of interest to another point of interest through the planted trajectory, he may or not. So if he followed or decided to discard a specific type of points of interest, then similar points of interest that share the same characteristics will have less weight and less opportunity to appear in the rest or the remaining trajectory. On the other hand, visitors may observe new points of interest and get interested within. So even if these points of interest are new points of interest and not in the planned trajectory or not in the recommended plan, then visiting additional points of interest that share the same characteristics, such as this point of interest, he decided to go and view the opportunity to see such points of interest will increase in the remaining trajectory. Finally, the facial expression recognition method, depending on the fact that humans are naturally equipped in recognizing emotions via facial expressions, we can extract how much the user or how much the visitor interested in what he is observing by capturing the facial expressions while viewing the point of interest. And after that, we compare these expressions with the expected excited expressions resulting by a specific point of interest. In this methodology, we depend on the fact that each point of interest has a special story. Depending on this story, we can extract what emotions it may excite in the person and match these emotions with the facial expressions we captured by the mobile phone. Of course, matching the expected excited expressions from the point of interest story and the extracted visitor facial expression provide more matching degree or less matching degree. High matching degree means that the visitor is more engaged and more interested in what he is watching, and the opportunity to include such artworks in the remaining trajectory will be high. In contrast, less matching degree represents that the user is not interested in such points of interest, and we need to exclude such points of interest in the remaining trajectory. Okay. Finally, we need to talk, or we need to mention that the implementation of a traditional facial expression recognition on portable devices is a challenging issue, of course. And this is related to the fact that these algorithms are computing extensive. So we need another methods that provide lightweight facial expression recognition methods. Of course, the decision or the selection of a proper facial expression recognition method based on based on the selection of the proper feature extraction and feature classification methods. And such implementations actually exist to run and to make facial expression recognition available on the smartphones.
To conclude, in this paper we proposed a general model that is based on user-centered approach to develop a mobile-based personalized application. This model make use of the available information about the user or the user model, the available information about the point of interest, and a recommendation algorithm to provide the visitor with a recommended set of point of interest inside the cultural heritage environments. Okay.
Okay, in the future work, we aim to enrich the implicit visitor engagement assessment techniques by investigating, as we mentioned before, a lightweight facial expression recognition schemes to scope with the limited resources in the mobile devices. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
You
and
have
thank you.
questions?
Yeah, I know it's a very difficult task to short your discourse. So we just have time for a quarter of a question.
What facial expressions do you expect that you will learn about
Micro, please. Micro.
Scheme we use. It depends on the scheme we use. For example, there is a scheme of 6 facial expressions can be categorized. Yes, in the multimedia. Yes. No, of course no. Of course. We are proposing a general model. Actually, no, we didn't. But in the literature, yes, recent works in 2016, yes, it exists.
Thank you. It was very interesting. A question about the same topic about the facial expression. I think, as you said, that it depends on the phone, and it depends on its capacity to calculate and recalculate the recognition. Maybe you can use the smartwatches to detect the pulse and to interpret the pulses to see how the visitor react, and to see if I don't know if yes, because that's the goal, I think. Maybe with the smartwatches you can catch some information about the.
Yes, yes.
Let me, maybe I will, maybe if you allow me. Actually, today in the facial analysis systems existed now, we can get the real emotions today from the eyes, from the mouth. Sometimes he said like this, so you change. So there is a real calculation today for these movements. So they could have such a not a database, but also movements, special movements. If it exists, it means that this is for interesting or not interesting. Or yes, of course, why not? So what's you can, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting presentation. And I think you provoked me or inspired me. I have the following comments. This is theoretical, right? So you haven't made any testing. Do you have any timeline? Have you made kind of proposition?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Do you have any idea of the minimum requirement in order to execute a testing?
Actually, no. A theoretical proposal based in the literature and different aspects of this general model.
So this is actually not made for our local conditions and situations.
Okay. No. It is
in
not
Palestine.
No.
Example of fields of applications. He worked on creative design, project management, and quality in audiovisual and digital media production. Also on renewing of narrative schemes, stories, scripting, and writing, and on operational concept of information in a context of decision making and action. She has published broadly in this field, and she is the author of Communicational Design, a Quality Approach, Digital Creation, Interactive Writing Experiments, and Rational, the Human Being, Qualification and Quantification. So she will speak today about hyperheritage as a user experience design UX. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much to have invited me. I'm very glad and proud to be with you in this, after the meet, it would be difficult. So, I will speak about hyperheritage as UXD. It means user experience design. Oh, just a word. You see, I put on my slide Hyperheritage International Symposium, which keeps on HIS. It's a good idea, isn't it? So, UXD, what is that? Just some general words to start. It's an appellation of Donald Norman, who talks about a new job, user experience architect. The global approach says we don't conceive a product no more, nor an object or an application. We design an experience, a global experience for the user. That is UXD. When you see this, it's not only an image, it's an experience of lecture. You go there and there and there and you read and you dream. It's an experience. UXD defines a path starting to quality. So I put for you the global definitions of quality. The first one in French, excuse me. The quality, la qualité, c'est la réponse aux perceptions d'une personne qui résulte de l'usage ou de l'anticipation de l'usage d'un produit, d'un service ou d'un système. Very long, very complex, French in one word. You have the same in English, shorter, degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills requirements. It's not fixed as definition. There are discussions around it. For instance, you find a new definition of quality, shorter, even shorter. Quality is the set of attributes of an object. And compared to the first one, the second definition, in this second definition, the expression inherent characteristic is changed in term attribute, more neutral and generic. Requirements are removed from the definition, and attributes are explicitly associated with an object, which can be anything in the world. So we define a path from quality to UXD because user experience design is the process of enhancing user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and pleasure provided in the interaction between the user and a product. That is the basic definition. And we can replace product by situation. It's more general because a situation, and particularly an hyper situation, comprises an interaction with the product, digital product, of course, but it embeds also a place, an atmosphere, if projecting in the situations, persons around the experience, or precisely nobody around the experience, some colors, some lights, the temperature, for instance, a lot of things, in fact. So, how to think UXD? You have 3 questions. First one, what is your UX strategy? Second one, what user experience do you try to implement? And third, by what means do you think you can succeed? So you don't start with a technological solution. I have a smartphone and I want to do something on a smartphone. No, you first reason in terms of strategy and user experience. And when you have defined it, so in a third time, you find the convenient technology for it. How to process UXD in 4 steps: analyze the situation, design the promised user experience, validate the process, and 4th, implement the solution. So you turn in that sense. How to develop UXD? You find 8 components of UXD, so you can find it in the figure. It's more pleasant to see. From information architecture, content strategy, interaction design, to user interface, functionalities, usability, typography, visual design, and so on. That was the beginning. So now, what about hyper-heritage as UXD design? In a not scientific approach, I begin with an example, not a generality, an example. And this UXD is called Museo Plus, and it proposes a discovery of a museum, the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Lille, my town, northern France. And it's for children from 8 to 12. We were a lot of partners, Palais des Beaux-Arts de Lille, of course, the museum, an association specialized in disability, and 3 French laboratories, 2 from Lille 3. We were together to Stéphane Géricault, Scalab, and Devisu, my own laboratory. The global frame is Design for All, conception universelle en français. Design for All, the principle is to integrate disabilities and deficits in order to make a same experience accessible at the same time for all together. No specialized application. For this, what is the UX strategy for cultural mediation by of numerical contents accessible through a tablet device? User experience, empowering the child in autonomy, and here you see 2 children in the museum at the entrance of the museum. But disseminated the building within the museum. So the children have to cross the museum to find and the guideline is a game. It's not. Some characters So the 7 works, one after other. So there is a problem of scale. Here you see the first work is a Pojako, a ceramic. You see it in the application ZEO+, and in fact it's like that. And is that one. The children have to find that this second one, Masung, is an Egyptian. Here the third work, le rétablissement in the application. And always a problem of. And means to finish and a very contemporary Eugène Leroy from Lille, dans son a local painter. Please, I will show you. The well-known demo effect.
Je connais ceux-là. Les Phéniciens que j'ai vus en classe.
À bientôt. Attendez. Viens ici.
So, while laboratories in this experience, we had to perform an evaluation in terms of appreciation by the children and appropriation. We use crossed methods, a quantity of methods together, ethnographic observation, questionnaires and interviews, one after the other, resurgence by drawing of what has been detected, fixed and retained by the children, film recorder, recording, as you have seen, for posterior evaluation, and measure of emotion and eye tracking. You saw it on the film. The first campaign in November and the second one in next year, March to June. We saw more than 100 children, and in Design for approach, we had 30% with intellectual deficits, 20% autistic, 8% deaf persons, 14% intellectually early, and the rest without disability. That's the approach for results. Everybody was very happy. Concerning children, almost everybody said happy or very happy. Concerning accompanying persons, useful application, new experience, joy and pleasure. For all, notably for autistic persons, they were concentrated, calm, interested and reactive. You know that an autistic person can have some comportments like curious reactions. Here, never, nothing. So it was a surprise for everybody, notably the parents. All those characteristics, more or even much more than usual. Just to look about ergonomic questions. The ergonomic study made it possible to identify difficulties. First of one, the prerequisites with deficits. It's a difficulty to know what the person is capable to do or not. We had a problem with control the drag and drop. It was perhaps too difficult gesture. And problems of vocabulary with words ununderstood. We had a problem to find the words. The children have to orient themselves in a plan. And that was the Palais des Beaux-Arts who wanted a plan. So you have here the plan to find the first work. You can see it's very, very, very complex. To understand the plan, 8 to 12 children remind. And you start from here and cross and go on left and after on the other sense with images just to find themselves, and the work here in the back part of the image, very difficult, very, very difficult. A second problem, the tablet was too heavy. We have a lot of photos where children put the tablet on the floor. So the first one, you can recognize the Cupidon sculpture and the globe. Another one, behind the Rétable de Saint-Georges, tablet on the floor. In terms of results, we can observe a limited number of looks on the works. Can be a problem. And the second one, all the game can be done without moving from the entrance hall. So without going to see the works, the real works. We did not experience the application of sight. So here you have a first group in itinerancy inside the works, and the group remained in the entrance hall. But our question was not ergonomic study and so on. There was what sense making, what kind of meaning experience, what kind of meaning emerge from the experience, and methodologically how to access to meanings with deaf persons. They cannot speak, we cannot sign, we don't know, they cannot write. It was a difficulty to access to their meaning construction. It's the reason why we have chosen drawings. It was a test to see. Some categories of results. What about the museum itself? Is the place well understood by the children? The museum is a very large building, very impressive, in fact. It's the all entrance hall, atrium, it's called atrium in the museum. You have ever seen the sculpture hall, and there is the building in itself. But you find it in the drawings. So, in some drawings. So, the children can appropriate this place and make meaning around it. Another example, there are lamps which are works in the entrance of the museum. They were not on the game, not at all, but we find it in the drawings and in a lot of drawings. Perhaps 30 drawings have the lamps. What about the works? Rétable de Saint-Georges in the application and in reality. So what draws the children? The application or the real works? You have the response here. You can recognize the work and what is around the work in the hall of the museum. You have the, I don't know the word. Even in French, I cannot say. Les. Oui, voilà. And you have the bag of the accompanied. So this is the reality, and not the game. The same work, you have work in the central part, and the persons around. when we did the first experience, there was a Jan made with Scarabée. See the particular. It's a photo of a. In this drawing, see the horse, the chevalier, the dragon, and you have the blue and les écailles on the body. It's a mixing of several works on the same drawing, in fact. So the question, the central question is, what is a museum today? You can reach the works by the web, so why go to the museum? And a first answer can be to have a physical encounter with the original work and to have a quality of real experience of the works. It was the first one. Second example, shorter. A solution. I start with the solution. The sound and light show on the pyramids of Gizeh, with a text written by André Malraux. Some photos of that, you know it, I mean. In terms of UXD, there is a problem because we get the means of success, but we have no response to the two other questions. What is the UX strategy? We don't know. And what user experience is tried to be implemented? We don't know. More widely, it's a reason why Devisu, my laboratory, with international partners, is becoming video mapping urban center. We will try in the next year to answer to this question, what kind of story is told with video mapping on walls or 3D shapes? And you have a first one on wall, a second one on wall, on stage, on an object, on shoes, a second on shoes, a third on shoes, on cars, and even on human beings. So, what to do with that? Video mapping, it's that a new way of telling stories? That is our question. And third and last example, Stefan told a word about it yesterday. It's an project Memomine. We are 3 on this project. It started at the beginning of this year for 4 years. The problematic is the conversion of memorial traces into digital mediations with a study case, Memory of Mine. So, don't be jealous. This is my laboratory. We are in this, and it is a mine site. Another one mine site, which is these are the persons who have. How do we do that? all those questions are scientifically connected with Alain, wake up. Global approach, it's why it's a difficult. So we have an UNESCO UniTwin, the complex system UniTwin. There is a program, Human Trace. It's a general definition of human trace. Says that a human producer of traces, both dimensions together, and the permanent interactions between the two parts. It's interdisciplinary because historians, of course, through archives, remains reflect on traces, philosophers that recur, Derrida and others, psychologists with tracking tools, eye tracking, and informatics, digital traces and data recording is a complex system of traces. So, how does it work inside the UniTwin? There are teams, a lot of teams, and you can see Alain is in several teams too, I think. I am in 3 teams, I think. But the most important, in projects, I put in the last line, HIS script. HIS script, it's heritage, script, and traces. It's a place for us together. So if you want to invest this team, it's a call. It's a possibility. And I put Khaldun, Afida, and me. The results of UNESCO UniTwin, we have a collection in CNRS edition in French of collective books, and the 4th one will appear in June, I think. We have another collection. It's a series and a journal which begins now, and Alain is in the committee too. But we have to start. So we can perhaps have some papers from HIS on this journal. It's possible if you want it. So for the future, if you want to join the club of Human Trace, you are welcome. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Sylvie, for this very interesting conference. Especially me, I followed with real interest. Thank you very much. So, we'll begin with the first question.
In the projection of where you project upon shoes or persons, are the shoes or persons moving? And do you plan on, and so how do? Do you track the shoes some way and the persons? How do you synchronize and spatially the projection on the moving surface?
It's not our project. I took the photos on the web, so I don't know for the shoes We did it for cars, but not moving cars. Now.
Thank you, Sylvie, for your talk and for the traces. For me, there is a one missing word. Do you guess which one is it? The word is activity. You didn't speak about activity at all. No, it's very, very surprising. And perhaps could we change the name situation by situated activity? Because the activity, the process, is much more important than the state, the situation itself. So situated activity could be, what do you think about that?
Thank you for this excellent question, of course. We had Jacques Thoreau in the laboratory 2 months ago to speak about cours d'action, cours d'expérience. It's an evidence, but it's so evident through Jacques Thoreau's work that we concentrate on emotion, mood, and measure of emotion and localized emotion. So I don't told about it because it's not our focus, but of course we observe it, of course.
Je pose en français et vous répondez en anglais. C'est pas grave, quoi. Voilà. Sur le premier projet, sur quelle base ont été sélectionnés les enfants?
The question was, in the first experience, how did you choose or select the kids?
We didn't choose or select. I forgot to tell you what is Signe de Sens. It's an association who works for children with disease. And there was their activity to find children. It's a partner. It was its role.
So I was very much intrigued by the paintings the children did. I've heard about making children take photos in an exhibition or about meaning maps, but I have never come across paintings before. So I was wondering, are there any examples of insights you got from these paintings that the children gave? Because I find this fascinating and it must be as well quite difficult to analyze, I guess.
Very good question too. Thank you. We have 80 drawings. So my student, my doctorate, made perhaps 10 presentations of some drawings. They are so rich, IT drawings. And we can say in just a word, every child has its own interpretation. There is a new story for each child. And what is really important, it's the mixing between the experience. Just an example, a girl, little girl, made the Rétable de Saint-Georges, but the princess a
wheelchair.
Reading chair, and after just short interview on the And the girl said, princess, it's my, she's on a rolling chair, artist, and it's just an difficulties assure you. And this little girl had difficulties to walk, a leg very douloureuse, painful, and it was her own path across the works. And why orange? Because it's my favorite color, she said, and the painter would use orange everywhere. So I can talk hours and hours and hours on every drawing.
Thank you very much, Sylvie. I think we'll pass to the next. No? Coffee? No, no. I think we can continue after we have a coffee break. We have a coffee break. As you like. Thank you very much.
Hi. The civic civilian topographic maps of Battir, village of Palestine, today listed at UNESCO as a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. After Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Bismillah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Correctly. If you hear this message, not your own voice, and something is wrong with microphone and microphone settings, or visit skype.com help. Thank you for using the Skype call testing service. Goodbye. Welcome to Skype call testing service. Please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
احكي عندك. خلص بنشوف بيطلع من هون. هاي خلص من 25. بدنا نشوف صوته.
ومن هون
لا بلا صوته.
احكي بسلامه.
بدناش صوت.
اضرب على المايك اللي عندي. اوكي.
ما الغتش اللي لا بعمل شغل مش هلغي. بعمل شغل طبيعي. عارف شو انت عامل بس في مخرج واحد لازم يطلع عند المذر بورد خط المايك لحاله خط السماعه لحاله.
Okay. Coffee break is finished. So we will start, please. وين محمود? Yes, it's okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mazlum Kumsir. I teach at Batham and Birzeit University, and I'm dedicating this talk to my friend Basil Al-Araj, who was martyred recently in the village of Al-Walaja. He was involved in museum work. He was a museum researcher, and he supported nonviolent resistance, including boycott, divestments, and sanctions. We started the Palestine Museum of Natural History relatively recently. In 2014, we started working on it, but we actually opened it in April, April 12, so about a month ago. And its mission is to do research, education, conservation of natural world, culture, and heritage, and use knowledge to promote responsible human interactions with the environment. Our motto is basically self-respect. As Palestinians, we can change our own circumstances, and then respect for others and respect for nature in that order. Now, the first thing we did in the past 2 years was actually do a lot of research, because we cannot do much of this mission without the research component. So we've been publishing on various topics. I'll give you just a rough, quick example. For example, we looked at the effect of Israeli settlements on the environment and on human culture and heritage. If you look at this hill, for example, it used to look like in 1997, and what it looks like today is a concrete jungle. So we did studies on like the decline in vertebrate biodiversity in that area. We also looked at the effect of Israeli industrial settlements and Israeli mega projects on human heritage, natural and otherwise. Now, we are in a very lucky position in the world. Palestine is central to, for example, bird migrations going back and forth from Africa to Eurasia. And Palestine is also part of the Fertile Crescent, where humans first developed agriculture, domesticated plants and animals. And the oldest, for example, continuously inhabited town on earth is Jericho, just down the valley here. This is partly due to geography and also partly due to geology and other factors that result in diverse habitats. But the domestication of animals and plants was critical to development of civilization. And these are some depictions of our ancestors, Canaanites, from Mesopotamian and Egyptian paintings and so forth, hieroglyphics. Palestinians who developed this part of the Fertile Crescent developed agriculture, domesticated plants and animals, of course, gave us more time to start developing other things. And these villages, the population increase also resulted in what we call civilization. But these villages lived in relative harmony with nature and developed a very rich 11,000 years, to be precise, history. 11,000 years accumulated cultural history related to nature and agriculture, which unfortunately is being threatened. It's threatened for many factors, and we'll talk a little bit about this. But it's a history that it's not just a cultural history of us. It's a cultural history for humanity, and you will hear later about Batir and other situations. But for example, even the alphabet that you use today in the West comes from our Aramaic alphabet. The A from the Aleph, of course, with the bull horns. The B is from Beit, which is a house, a line, and a half circle, and so on. This is a human heritage which is important to maintain. Now, and it's a very rich heritage with little studies of it, actually. You know, it's amazing how little studies are done on it. But it is a threatened heritage, and it could disappear, just like biodiversity, by the way. There are species which we will never see in science, we will never describe, which will go extinct before we describe them. The same way for this cultural heritage. Some of it may go away before we get a chance to actually study it and describe it. And part of it is, of course, a big part of it is the political conflict, which, as you know, for example, about 100 years ago, James Balfour and Jules Martin Cambon, a French declaration of support for the Zionist projects, were declared 100 years ago. And this is what caused massive displacement of the population. So 500 Palestinian villages and towns were depopulated in 1948 and 1949, resulting in the largest refugee population post-World War II. So 7 million of Palestinians are refugees or displaced people, which these millions of refugees packed up and left their villages, which had this very rich heritage relating to nature and agriculture and so forth, world and others. And so Palestinians today are dispersed around the world. And this heritage is being lost. We used to know all the plants and our values, and now it's so Palestine, just like with North America, anti-colonial struggles. And if you look at this image, for example, of what colonialism is about, you understand what bringing light, culture, books to this land. And the native people, of course, so with the animals, of course, the wild animals, because the land has to be transformed. This is true, and unfortunately for humanity, it's present just about everywhere in the world. It's 200 years. So now the diagnosis about the problems and the issues of the threats to the cultural heritage, to the agricultural, cultural heritage. What we call ethno-ecology is a combination of ethno-biology. But what is the solution? And when we look at and concern is proportional to the country's GDP. And I do not expect people in Gaza, impoverished, not to kill a bird or concerned about keeping cultural and more interested about basic survival at this. Not was born in Beit Jalan, near my town of Beit Sahur, on 24 December 1882, and he was the president of the Palestine Arab Medical Association in 1944. He was actually a medical officer. Many books relating to ethno-zoology, ethnobotany, ethnomedical work, etc. in Palestine. He wrote much in German. But he wrote about the culture, peasants, about the use of medicinal plants, character. There's actually a small museum at State University for some of the amulets he collected that relate to. There's been also international who came here and studied in the 19th. For example, the British expedition, which is called the Palestine, that came after the British decided in 1860 to support Zionism, the idea of Zionism, before they called it Zionism. Is to explore areas before you colonize them, so they sent the Palestine exploration team to Palestine, and for people like Tristram and many others, and the folklore were also very well intentioned, good people who here and did some excellent work. For example, these two ladies, Grace Crawford and Louise Baum, medicines, etc. Now, what I want to, both tangible and intangible aspects of cultural heritage related to nature and agriculture. And this is the part I'm most interested in, is cultural heritage related to nature and agriculture. And I think one sees the overlap, of course, with other cultural heritage aspects. So one needs to study them. And I think the modern era of studying them is just beginning now in the last few years. I noticed some people interested in these things. And again, ethnoecology to me is an area that includes both ethnobotany, studies of plants, also includes things like studying of agricultural history, but also ethnozoology, like animal folklore, use of animals, domesticating animals, history, folklore about using medical animals as medicines and so forth. And we are starting in this museum to look at this field, and it's an interdisciplinary area that includes many areas. I think of the museum and my interests and the interests of the researchers that are associated with me on many levels. And I'm now even beginning, as I was listening to the previous speakers, I started to think of the intersections between fields like information technology, of course, and museology. I mean, we published, for example, just recently 3 papers relating to use of museums in environmental education and on ecosystem services and on conservation of nature and so forth. But I'm thinking also in terms of using museums in terms of natural cultural heritage protection, and also in terms of education about natural cultural heritage. In these papers, I discuss a little bit some of this, and the paper that I submitted, which I'm not going to go through it by reading it, because I'm sure eventually all these papers will be shared with you so you can read it. But to me, a museum is not just having cases like this and showing a few things, and it's about behavioral change, and how do we change the behavior of society in a way that results in transformative aspects of society. And I think this is the part that I'm really, really interested in discussing more with some of you that I heard. I was impressed by the talks I heard. For example, how do we use museums for resistance, for social transformation under situations of colonialism where you need to have an anti-colonial struggle? And I think this is the part that I really believe that we in the museums business, if you want, should start really thinking about this. We are engaged in some projects, for example, related to tourism, since the Ministry of Tourism is involved here in this conference. For example, we have paths of tourism that relate to cultural appreciation of cultural and natural heritage, like Masar Ibrahim, for example, where we did some research panels for them on different areas. And we do, of course, research on like using mushrooms in the house and eating and all of these things that normally people associate with cultural heritage. Bottom line, I want you to start thinking about what is, so okay, this is all typical cultural heritage, music and dance and folkloric dance and embroidery and food, of course, knafa, that is in Nablus, famous knafa, etc. But I want us to also think of there's so many aspects of the cultural heritage that really we have to start thinking about not losing, if you want. And actually, I think of them as more threatened than these things. I don't think, for example, Palestinian Dabka is threatened with being lost to the world. But I do know that there are use of medicinal plants. We even visited with Amjad the other day, an old guy who knows, some medicinal plants here, Attarin, they call them, the use of medicinal plants in Nablus. And these people slowly, the number of these shops is declining, and people use modern medicines and so forth, and that knowledge is gone. Even though as a medical, by the way, my background is medical genetics, I know that some plants that these people have used, even anti-cancer drugs like ephedra, which is a Palestinian plant found here in the world, has anti-cancer drugs in it, and medicine did prove that. There were Japanese studies now that document what is the medical medicine. But there are some of these plants that are used for stomach ailments, for health ailments, for osteoporosis, things like that, which in a few years there won't be anybody who knows which plant is used for what. And without these people telling us that this plant is used for this, we cannot, as scientists, go and investigate the drugs that are found in those and do the spectrophotometry and all this other research to find out exactly what is the chemicals that are effective or not effective in these plants. So there is a threat to these kinds of cultural heritage that is being done. You will hear about Batir, for example. Okay, Batir, the reason it's on the World Heritage Site has to do that it's continuously inhabited town for thousands of years. It has these terraces, which you see on the lower right-hand corner, that were built by our ancestors, Canaanites, several thousand years ago. Okay, that is easier to preserve the aspects of these stone hedges and stone structures and the olive trees that are there, that are 3,000, 4,000 year old olive trees. But it's less easy to preserve knowledge of the local farmers in Batir, who know very much about the use of just about every little plant and every little animal in the neighborhood. And this is the part that I would like for us to try and preserve. And I would encourage you to come and visit us at the Museum of Natural History in Bethlehem. I have some brochures here, I can pass them around if you get a chance. But even if you don't get a chance to visit, at least visit us virtually. Most of you are information technology experts, so we could do networking better, and we would love to collaborate on various projects relating to the agriculture and natural heritage that there is also, by the way, not just Palestinian, but it's a global heritage. Certainly a lot of our heritage related to plants and animals and agriculture is shared circum-Mediterranean, at least, if not globally. And so I think of these things as very important that we build collaboration. Science now is done mostly collaboratively. In the old days, at the time of Darwin and those guys, they used to do their work by themselves, but now, you really need collaboration to do good science. We publish about 2 papers a month now from the museum, even though the museum is relying mostly on volunteer effort and mostly on local donations. I and my wife donated some money to Bethlehem University, $250,000, and then we got some donations from relatives and friends, and that's how we built this museum. We did not rely on foreign support. But we do need human support. We do need technical support, international technical support. And I would love to work, for example, on these issues of using information to advance the museum. We're now thinking of taking a mobile museum to the remote villages, especially in Area C of the West Bank. And we have done some of this in areas like Hussan and Halim and Batir and Jiflik in the northern parts of the Jordan Valley. We show people the importance of this heritage. And it's remarkable how much I enjoy it, and the older people get into it also, and they start remembering things they have forgotten, and they start to teach more their children about what is Khubeza and Lufeta and all these things, and how to eat snails, wild snails, or even wild insects and stuff like that. So it has become a very important aspect. Again, thank you very much for inviting me. I appreciate it, and I'm happy to take questions.
Nice talk and all this information. I'm very happy because we have just started a thesis with Lewis. It's part of the cultural heritage. So I think you should have talk with Lewis. Is very involved. He's very involved. He will present a paper tomorrow, but in French. Maybe I will be very short about museum and how IT could be helping in resistance. Museum is actually very important that the curator or conservator is, but IT, as you say, the mobile phone is the better tool today and diffuse information. We don't translate information in museum with a phone, but it will be a conference because we just realize that we have a lot of, and people can't get to all this information easily coming physically here. So and application, and I believe that I still believe a little bit also that of heritage, and people can go. We don't have to be a museum. We can for a new concept.
Any other?
Side for the museum that shows some plants and some other some things which cannot be physically there.
Well, I mean,
like simulation or.
One of the things that we decided to do, of course, because of our limited resources, for example, on buying old books. I'm very interested in old books, and I have actually a collection of very old books, like over 100, 200, 300-year-old books. Travelers who come to Palestine and listen to the local folk tales and things like that, or wrote them down. But I cannot always find the originals to buy them, or I can borrow the originals from some libraries. So we started a PDF library, and we have a book scanner, automatic book scanner that my son actually invented when he was working at Google as a software engineer at Google. And if you guys are interested, it's a book scanner that can scan a book in like 20 minutes, very low-cost book scanners. The normal ones cost 200,000. He made one using a vacuum cleaner pump and things like that, and managed to do it. But anyway, we have this book scanner, and so we scanned a lot of books, and we have a huge number of books, but I do not have knowledge to be able to put them in a way. The other thing that we started to do is, of course, collect pictures of plants and information about what the use of these plants are, and put them on our desktops, not on the internet, again, because I'm not a computer literate, not like my son. My son is in California. He cannot help me from there very much. So I think that's another option, is to start to think seriously about how we can create a virtual museum knowledge base related to agriculture and botanical and zoological knowledge in Palestine in a way that would preserve this heritage and that would make it accessible to the common people, even people who are not very computer literate. I'd like, for example, to have an application on a smartphone where I know this happens in the West now. I don't know how they do it, but you can theoretically take a picture of a plant and get the identification on it. And it would be nice to have not just identification, but to have a little knowledge about what this was used in Palestine for 200 years ago or 100 years ago, before this knowledge disappears. But for now, the biggest challenge is, of course, to get this information and get it in a methodical way. And this takes a lot of effort. I have a grant just submitted actually to the British Council because they did ask, and they did approve the concept paper that was submitted for the natural cultural heritage of Palestine. And so now we submitted the full proposal. And I think the British Council will approve it. It's because it's not a lot of money, but it could potentially make a big dent in accumulating this knowledge and at least storing it and beginning to think about how to use it and how to disseminate it. This is actually the part why I came all the way here, because I thought you guys would be the ones, and maybe I talked to Louise and Khaldun and others about how we could start to disseminate this information using information technology. And Amjad, maybe with your students, brilliant two students that you had earlier speaking, I would love to collaborate with them and do something together, and also with your work. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Louise, I think, has something to add.
Oui. I shared with you the interest about the medical plants and all the context about. And I was working in Mexico, for example, with la Université d'Anthropologie, with the project about the mauvaise soil, for example. Too, I have the interest for my mother too. She's a botanist, and I think we have the examples. I have the examples very interesting with the Ayurveda, for example. In the India, was developed the bigger base de données, database, yes, a database, and I think it's an example, interesting example. Now I think we can collaborate.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, and certainly, you know, I was even thinking about Mexico and the Zapatistas and what they are doing now with the science of medicine, using, you know, trying to minimize their reliance on modern medicines. And as a biologist, medical geneticist also, I'm very, very interested in these things, as I said, because I think there's a lot of efficacy to them. I know a lot of the modern drugs, including the breast cancer drugs, are produced now from, you know, bark of trees and plants and things like that. So certainly, you know, nature is the best pharmacy we have, and we need to develop this. But as I said, I will end by saying again that the key to it is collaboration. I mean, Igots here is from the Basque country. He came from me, and we're collaborating with him. We're sending one of our students, Mohammed Najajra, to go up to the Basque country and learn about aquaculture and aquaponics and things like that. And so the key is to develop these kinds of collaborations. And so I would love to get your contact and we can collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazen. Now, the next talk is for Ramzi towards a virtual reality cultural heritage platform for Palestine. Ramzi, please introduce yourself and your paper, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It has been great pleasure to be here. I thank thank you very much for inviting me and being part of this. It's Amjad has done a great work getting this conference and get us together. I think this conference will be a great step for the Arab American University to put it on the map and internationally also, especially in this topic of heritage and digital application. I basically work and live in Norway, in Oslo, and I am a researcher. I'm a professor at the University of Life Sciences in Oslo. I am a director of the Virtual Reality Lab at which I established 10 years ago, and we are this lab are working with different kind of projects, including heritage preservation. So it's just only one part of the kind of areas that we are working with. At the Virtual Reality Lab, we are working with computer visualizations, modeling, 3D printing, digital fabrications, and we have a team from scientists, researchers who are working. We are working together, and we are testing technologies and see how we could provide some solutions and applications for planners, designers, psychologists, also for the market. We have been working in providing some kind of support as well for education using technology, and also for trying to use this kind of technology, advanced visualization technology, as a tool for engagement with the public. We use also technology for environmental solutions, predictions, risk assessment, and also, as I said, we are working with digital documentation and historical reconstruction. We have projects recently. I can mention some few projects which are running, and my team and I are working on it. We are proud to be a partner with Berkeley University, where we are cooperating in a project and virtual reality for studying livability in urban areas. This area is quite interesting to test and see how community groups understand their environment. And we use virtual reality to record their how they feel and how they behave, and get this feedback and provide it further to decision makers and planners. We have also a project running where we are studying the emotions of on going through different kinds of streetscapes, and how we could bring different groups through this technology and see and witness different kind of conditions. We are also we are working, as I said, in different areas. We have a project running on molecular biology, showing how you could navigate protein structures, for example. I just while I was sitting here, I just got a mail from a colleague of mine saying that we are on TV now, on the national TV, with a project that we were working with. So we are in different stages, working with different things. I spend much of my time trying to understand the impact of technology. And I'm very interested in communication and how we could understand things better. I believe that we are living in an evolution of technology that are changing every aspect of our life. And I think the best way to understand it and see its impact is by going to kids. They have very clean mind, they have no reference, and they could react in a very decent way, and you could see and record their about some kind of virtual environments and bring them into an experience where they could go, for example, here underwater, and it's so funny to watch them and see how they behave. And I understand this will provide me and the team with feedback on how information that we needed, and then they will just start digging and continue working with the root. So I went, I have a drone, and I installed some kind of times. It took me just 1 hour, and went back to the office and created a 3D reconstruction. 3 hours we were ready. Toys, games. How you could utilize this technology, and so that we got many projects where we are able to. My interest in heritage extended to I grew up, and I was fascinated by the landscape. I think the historical landscape about museums. I think when you enter Palestine, I find myself in an open museum. I always walk a mile. I think it's so, everything you look at is exciting for me. So I was in the historical landscape and also of vernacular. How around tourism, I find examples. I see that many of these kind of heritage sites are just left there to die. Nothing actually is being made to do something about it. There are some exceptions, of course, but we have it all over, and it's so many, and I don't think that there is really a strategy being implemented to take care of it or to do something about it. And that is something very sad, actually. So it is all over. Wherever I go, I find this kind of beautiful examples of our heritage with the question mark, without any idea what are we going to do with it. Not only this, we see that the public doesn't actually care about it. And this is also sad. We see the condition here, and you could see this is an example of the archaeological site in the middle of Nablus city from yesterday morning. It is quite interesting. I think the site looks very exciting, very interesting, and it seems that it extends further under the ground to other areas. But you could see also at the same time that it become like a garbage dump place. It's Masbili, and nobody have any idea what is it. It represents something, some history. But when I ask the locals, it's quite funny. They even don't see it. It's self-evident. I think we have this kind of the individual daily needs of locals prevent them from seeing this. And studying this kind of situation requires a lot of work from us, I think. We need to be able to think deeply about what are we going to do about this kind of sites. This is also, so I mentioned yesterday in our meeting in the evening about Tel Balata. This was a photo that I took yesterday showing some kids, some families sitting there. It's with all the noises around from the city. It's quite very peaceful place, but it is when I approached the family on upper right there and tried to understand and talk with them, they were there just because they wanted some kind of peace. They are escaping the noisy life, and they were trying to enjoy the peaceful situation there. But they have no idea what kind of situation it is, when I ask them, they say it's just stones, remains, or something, but they have no idea what is it. So this is actually sad, and it requires a lot of work from us. So there are many challenges connected to the cultural heritage sites. And we see that this heritage site disappears at a rate higher than we are able not only to restore, but also to document. So there's great risk, actually, that this heritage sites, that they will disappear, and the coming generation will not have the chance to see it as we see it now. And I think that they are in a very bad conditions. Also, I think that there is no clear planning strategies that are being put forward to deal with it. In addition, the public awareness towards this side need to be enhanced. And I think that is what I believe that the technology could do something about it. And that's why we need to develop new methods and new techniques, out of the box thinking, in order to engage the public, showing them how important these sites are. I was lucky because I have good connections here, and more specifically at Birzeit University. They facilitated for me summer courses where I could use students to go around and document these heritage sites. So we are using different techniques and technologies. Every summer I'm coming with my kids they enjoy their holidays, and I work with the students, and we were doing this every year, every summer. Until I was once invited to go to a trip to Jericho, which we will probably visit on Friday. And there, I was there, and the guide brought us to the Hisham Palace, and it was similar to other sites I witnessed. There's no kind of information available that could tell me what is it. There are just remains. And I was trying to understand what's going on, and the guide was trying really hard explaining the history of it. But it's so difficult to just think how and imagine a picture of how it was. And then he just rained some water on the ground, and this mosaic just came out like a magic. And I thought that is so interesting. It was just underneath our feet. We didn't see it. And later I understood they just cover it because they want to protect it. But I didn't know that, and nobody told me about it. And we just cover it because we are protecting it. So I thought there's something wrong here. Something wrong with communicating this history. And so I decided to do something about it. I wrote a project application to the World Bank and supported by BZ University in order to document and reconstruct a historical site, and using virtual reality technology to do that. And in so try to show the history and also try to find some kind of mechanism where we could engage many disciplines to work together. We got the money and we start working. We built a virtual reality lab, and we were able to form a team. We've had a very active, dynamic team who worked with us on this. Everyone has done a lot of good work there. We were able to find out many strange stuff about the history, and I worked in the team that I was leading. There was archaeologists, there were planners, architects, geographers, modelers, technicians. All they were just doing one thing, and that is try to make the history alive again and show it. In this, we try to visualize the data. And I must say that I was fascinated by archaeologists. They are very special human beings. They represent different kinds of schools, and they have very strong views, and they can defend their views very strongly. So, and that by itself brought us to an idea about interpretations, because each school of archaeologists, they say this was not like this, it was something else, and so on. And so we have to adopt a certain approach, and then we came to the idea of why not to adopt all approaches and just show all interpretations from archaeologists. And so we make everyone happy. And we did that. So it was actually very interesting project, and it was a prototype where we were able to work together and show different aspects of this project. We were able to also to confirm many kind of theories while we were reconstructing the project, the Hisham Palace project, and show, for example, the mosaic and how it was put together, and also all this kind of constructions. We were able to publish a list of publications, and we were very proud about, because the whole team worked as one. And from this, we saw that we could make reflections from this work that the technology that we used here was a way to show that we are able to use this even in this conflict zone. We are able to use virtual reality and advanced technology to show the history. So, and it is possible. Also, we think that because of missing strategies, this could be used as a medium for preservation, documentation, interpretation, and intervention, which could be used in education, in tourism, and raising public awareness. And we saw that this technology provoked discussion sessions, as I mentioned earlier, among archaeologists. And we thought also that this is a very pioneering project. And the outcome of this project inspired others also to start using this technology. Later, we've had this project where my team worked on Tel Balata, and they were able to visualize the whole city with the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in cooperation with Leiden University in the Netherlands. This kind of spin-off effect of the work that we've done extended further and further. So we were able to present this project in different places, and the work has reached the media in different ways. We were also invited to talk about the approach that are used by the UN last year in November, where we presented this project and showed that it is possible actually with initiatives. Okay, I need to skip some stuff here. So what we try to do now is try to introduce a new platform where we incorporate all this kind of efforts together, and this kind of heritage platform will be on national level. And this platform will be built around the following fundamentals. It will be the main foundation for documentation, for storytelling. It will be used as a tool for planners and planning process, and also for education. Edutainment, connecting education and entertainment could be very interesting. Also accessibility. We see the segregation in Palestine, and we see how it's difficult to go from one place to another. With virtual reality, you have no border. You could go everywhere. So you could use this technology in order to get to many places. And last, you could use this as an empathy machine. It is the ultimate empathy machine, because you could just put anyone in the shoes of a Palestinian who is going across a checkpoint, for example, and the suffer and the struggle that he or she is going into daily. So empathy is also an area where virtual reality could be used for here locally. This is just an ongoing work that we are doing now at Birzeit University, where we are working with empirical research, testing how whether it make a difference actually using virtual reality for groups, whether it works or not. We have to confirm that. So we are working with some kind of questionnaires. We invite groups and we show them the project and we ask them whether how they felt, and so we record this and we use also different kind of available and affordable technologies to record sites and document sites. We use Google softwares that are made available, and we are thinking of to continue with this enriching this platform year after year, so it could be usable for everyone. Thank you very much.
Question.
Many things that you talked about, like we have been thinking about, but you got a lot of ideas in my research, and it's a solution you did, and I think it's the best solution. Between opinions, between experts, documentation, not using 3D text. So, and I have been opinions. What think that Jesus was not even born. So this is an opinion that in your data, and the idea was to accept everyone, make a reference for so as you see, our laboratory SAL immersive of like a Connect do you use to attract the sites, like you talked about because you didn't mention the details, like what technologies. I'm interested to know what do you use to build the models and to do that, the 3D. Yeah.
The drone and the 3D camera.
For Hisham Balas, we used an old-fashioned technique, which was based on collection of data from the site, and also on the available maps and sections. We recently, later, we start using photogrammetry, 3D capture data, drones, and such things.
So he meant the place where the green house in Norway.
In Norway, we use the drone, basically, and photogrammetry technique to create a three-dimensional representation of the site.
Thank you for your intervention. You speak virtual reality and VR, and never augmented reality or mixed reality. Do you think that in the archaeological site, this technology are better?
Virtual reality includes augmented reality, mixed reality. So one of the tools that we are using, we start using this kind of augmentation in the site, where you are able to use mobile phones that could show you the existing site and also provide an idea, representation of how the site was before. So you will able to have a reference with the site. So this technology, we use it already.
Both of you?
I was curious, often when in 3D reconstruction, particularly when from above or even when using stereo or photogrammetry, there are often artifacts or places that are not visible. So I was curious, how do you cope with this problem to go from the quality you get from photogrammetry or from stereo reconstruction to the quality you need to show in virtual reality? Is there a editing stage, or you do something to improve the quality?
Yes, we use in post-processing, we use what we call LOD, or level of detail, and that is actually technology that is based from games. So all the technology we are using, most of it is being labeled as game engines and game technology, and we use it to facilitate 3D construction, because the computing of this kind of artifacts might take a lot of processing, and so as soon as you approach it, it will appear, and then it will show itself.
Ramzi, thank you very much. I loved your presentation, and it inspired me a lot of things. I will be very, very short, and we are in very, very small community, so I can't say what I think. The case studies or your observation about the old city of Nablus and how people are not very, you feel them not concerned about what you perceive and see. I'm feeling that the first step we may have to start with to rehabilitate our cultural heritage. And if you talk about the special case of the Middle East and Palestine, I will be a little bit provocative, but sorry, I'm really sincere. We may have to start to rehabilitate and to update a very old notion or concept that we call it citizenship. The people inside them, they are sometimes broken or not very good. They can't see what we can see. We are outside, we have some different culture, and we come to discover something or to recover our memories. But they have something different. And I think the notion of citizenship is a very old concept. It's part of the global heritage, and it should be rehabilitated and updated also.
Yes, I really do agree with you, Khaldun, and I think we could also do something about it by incorporating this kind of media into schools, for example, starting from early years at schools, and show kids what kind of history and what kind of environment they are living and how rich it is. We could change the mentality, and if we start from there, show them how they should be proud of their culture and be able to work and protect it as well, because this is something that we need to do. And I do agree with you. As an outsider, you come and see, and you are fascinated. The locals, they have no time to think about this kind of things, and I totally agree with you. But I do believe that something needs to be done, and this kind of initiatives, I think that I'm taking every year. At the end, it will establish it will be a starting point for someone else could take it up further. And I wish also to cooperate with any of you who has this kind of shared feelings on this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Last question. A question about the questionnaire. Do you have anything about the
Questionnaire? What kind of question?
Your questionnaire with the Birzeit University. Yeah. I think. Do you believe in questionnaires like that?
Well,
especially for visual effects.
This is the only available method that is we have available at our lab at Birzeit University.
Have you thought about visual questionnaires? Not.
Yeah. We have. It has to do with what technology are we using, incorporating questionnaires that we could invoke in the visuals is something that we are working with at our lab in Oslo. We are able to monitor and see individuals where he or she is looking at, and we could invoke a question at a certain time during the virtual visit or the virtual experience to ask a question, and by pointing and by moving your head or blinking your eyes, you could have an answer yes or no, and it is recorded to the system. So this kind of technology is available. However, this we don't have the lab here, and this is an ongoing work which we started with, and we used this method to record how they feel, and so we have to continue with it for this project.
And you can use interactive applications for questionnaires, like choosing this picture or this picture or this like the point of interest or region of interest in a picture or in a site or those things, because you are working with virtual reality. So I think yeah. So
When you
with the same project, you can choose or you can use visual questionnaires instead of filling things, written questionnaires.
Yeah. As I told you, the technology that we are using here is quite affordable. And so the amount of work that we have to work with the questionnaire here is very limited and very restricted. So that we use an approach where we put the subjects into the experience of the virtual visit, and then we ask questions afterwards. As I said, the same experience. The subject his or her views are blocked with these glasses, and you have to watch everyone and monitor every subject where they are looking, and whether they are in the same site and the same level, in order to get them to that question. And in order to follow this, you need a team to work with you, and it requires planning. I'm getting actually a system which is being shipped to me from the UK now. I'm expecting it tomorrow or the day after, where I'm having a system that could show me and control the whole experimentation by one individual. So I could see it when they have this kind of headsets. I could see from one screen everyone where he or she is looking at, and I could record and monitor it and be able to invoke the right questions and analyze it, because it's connected to Excel. So
Thank you, Ramzi. We are sorry we are in shortage of time, so we have to postpone 2 lectures for tomorrow. And now I think we will close with the discussion panel with Khaldoon and Radwan. Yeah, Dr. Radwan Tahboob and Professor Khaldoon, please.
Thank you very much, Mo. Please wake up. Those who will sleep, we will leave them here and we'll go to Araba without them.
It's okay, no problem. Okay. We just want to introduce Professor Khaldun Zreik. He's a full professor in Information and Communication Sciences, Digital Humanities Department, University Paris 8. And he was a full professor in Computer Sciences at the University of Sian, France. Professor Khaldun, he was the head of Digital Humanities Department in the University of Paris, director of the CITU Prague Research Group, and he also was working as in different positions as director and chairman and research director and PhD supervisor since 1988 in different locations. So thank you for being with us today, Professor Khaldun. For today, we have this round table discussion. In fact, it is not round table, it is a rectangular room. So but however, we will have the discussion from all participants, but we'll initiate it by Professor Khaldun. So we'll start by an argument or a sentence that is saying hyper-heritage refers to hyper-perception. You think that will take it? Sometimes it's a problem with the data show. It's okay, no problem. All right. So if hyper-heritage is hyper-perception of cultural information, which leads to consider a doubly exploratory adventure. So on the first hand, to replaying or rediscover some of the human perceptual and operational capabilities in handling cultural information. On the other hand, it is as a consequence to redesign or re-engineer the cultural heritage information itself. Also, smart heritage addresses the issue of mediatized human cultural information communication, following at least the two aspects or angles. It's augmented, mediatized human cultural heritage communication, and the new cultural heritage information design. We would like to have more discussion on these topics by Professor Zreik, and then we will address all together. Of course, the discussion questions will continue the question that was raised by or after the presentation of Mr. Komsiye and Mr. Ramzi. So we will continue discussing how to make use of the information technology and the hyper heritage or smart heritage for the benefit of Palestine. So we will work on how does the conference topics, for example, different technological topics like Internet of Things, cloud computing, data mining. Of course, we have seen certain presentations about multimedia and image processing. We have seen also some virtual reality or augmented reality as tools for heritage to address some issues. We will how to preserve Palestinian cultural heritage using the best ICT practices and tools, and we will address whether we need the best ICT practices or we just need maybe initial or dummy ICT. For example, as Mr. Komsiye said, that we are using PDF technology for at least documenting what he has in his hand, and how to help the Palestinian universities to get involved in this important era, and what research recommendations we can address and we can give to the universities in this dimension. Also, we want to address different messages for the Palestinians themselves. As Dr. Zreik said in a moment, we have to address the citizens and the awareness of the citizens in this dimension. So we have certain messages to official people, to the government, to the schools, to the universities, and we can see how to have the best of these recommendations out of this panel discussion. So welcome to Dr. Khaldun.
Thank you. I don't have a huge memory to remember all the points.
You can have it from here, no problem.
I suggest, as we are in the last session and we are a small community, so I suggest that the round table be covering everybody, and we can have discussions and question about the topics that Radwan, thank you again, presented in 2 words, and we have to try. So please don't hesitate to ask questions, to give comments about all this question. Maybe you have 2 parts. You have the parts of hyperheritage and the conference, and the second part about recommendations. Maybe you can start with the first one. You asked before, I think, what is the ideas of hyperheritage? We have this discussion yesterday also during the roundtable. Hyperheritage is a kind of invitation to ask people to try. It's not easy, and rethink the cultural heritage and the information in general. We had some example about virtual reality. We talked about augmented reality. Tomorrow we'll see something that Xenophon will present. And we saw early in this afternoon the presentation and experience that Sylvie presented in several museums. And we listened to our colleague Ramzi, he's not more here, in Bethlehem. In fact, we have undertaken some experiences, and we discovered that the more we are using information technology, we don't discover new tools more than we discover that we know very less about the human being. And we discover new capacity and capability as the human being. And every time we discover that a human being is able to do something, so our vision of the technology change. So we are in kind of a game where technology make us discover new capability and capacity that the human being can have. And at the same time, the human being can lead us to design new technology. So this was the idea which we think that today we are able to think the cultural heritage in different way. We had the discussion about the museum. Sylvie asked, what is museum today? And maybe Sylvie or someone else, I think Sylvie said, people are still coming to the museum. The museum are more and more visited. And in some museum, you have to book your entry sometimes 2 or 3 weeks before. So museum has a very old and important social function. People go to the museum for the experience, to see the work, but also to meet people. So this kind of museum as like the site, historical site, they have their function and they are evolving. We try to use very advanced tools in the site of archaeological site, but it's not very often that people use it. And we did a lot of innovation, but they are not really used as we imagine. So with hyperheritage, we have something wrong again. But all these things let us think that heritage for different could be ecosystem interested. So he is very interested in discover some new things. People are they don't perceive the same thing like we do about it. New technology allowed us to have a lot of traces and about the human being here. So if you have some game or some tools or some things, so people then can come, they are not interested, but if they are interested in something else that we can put it, if we can use the IoT, as you said, Internet of Things, some connected object, some machine, some images, some drinks, some trees, all this can tell us about the interest of these people, about what they do, what they see every time they come, the past. They can learn about these people and you can make them. So if we think about hyper heritage, heritage could not be the only target of our work. Some other target could be explored also. And the second point was to redesign the cultural heritage information. This is another research topic in our team, C2. We are thinking about how to design cultural information. So we have every year a kind of workshop with students, and we tell them to have a project about cultural information design. And every time we are very surprised. We were waiting for something and we saw something different. But in short, most of suggested projects from students are more oriented communication and social networks. They are seeing that heritage is very interesting things that we can share with friends. We share on our own wall in Facebook or blogs. So the implicit social dimension that we don't put it in front of us very often is the new generation is think about it. So if we have to think the information, I think our design should be more social oriented. We have to think a lot of social in information design now. People need more communication, more interaction, and they see that as heritage and art are very noble domain, they allow them to have new friends, to share information friends, and to initiate communications. So heritage could be also, as Ramzi gave an example, heritage and information, cultural information about heritage could be a tool to initiate, establish communication with these young people. So many things like that. So it's yesterday Areti asked what is the difference in Hyper Heritage Conference. As we are very interested in heritage, we are very interested in information technology. We have just only to add the people in it. And what all your reaction yesterday. It's up to you now for your comments.
Thank you very much. Well, so we'll go to.
Well, I think I want to say a few words about one thing that it was for me a very strong impression. The draws you brought. And I think this is a very important effect, no? Because those children, they felt it easy to communicate something of their own when they visited that place. I think this has much to do with citizenship in a broader sense of the word. It is not only a formality, but it's something that comes from inside and that has a deep meaning to be there. I think this kind of effect is the kind of effect we must have as our goal. If the museums are to be something meaningful, and I think that these draws are like pearls. These draws are really a treasure.
Well, I will disagree a little bit because I am a Palestinian and really overwhelming. And like me, I was, and I think about my future. So I think this is the responsibility of professionals, of experts. It depends on the political situation. If it works, if it does not, this is something that comes naturally. Like in France, people read books. Why? Because in the society, things go up and things go down. Not just one thing. I cannot make.
You never forget to go and eat. And if I ask you a question about Kanafe, you are if. That's mean you are very preoccupied of the future. Everybody is preoccupied of the future. It's very relative. But the culture of citizenship is the most important, because you can have some people that can do some virtual reality documentation of the sites, but you need people to entertain it, to maintain it, to enrich it. So people should care about it. To care about it, you have to do something. It takes a lot of time, and you have to start one time. It takes a lot of time today. It will take a lot of time in 2 years. It will take a lot of time in 10 years. So it takes a lot of time. Until now, we have the Ministry of Culture in Europe, and we still have a lot of funds to develop culture. It's never ended. We must do both of them. You don't have to, okay, do this one. Oh, yeah, we are enough. We are about 7 billion people on the earth.
I think also there is two main aspects that we've seen today. The first that we've seen lesser the other session of the Hyper Heritage Conference. The first one was Roberto talked about was the humanistic approach, that we must really consider this and work on it, because I think it's very important. And the second thing was the experience. So we've talked about with Sylvie, with Ramzi, with Areti also. It's always about the experience. I think the two of them are related, the humanistic approach and the experience, because the experience is, in fact, it's human experience. And I think that these two aspects are very important to consider and to work on it. And because, okay, like you said, technology is here, but how should we use it with the appropriate vision or aspect?
I think I need to report a very special experience that I went through while working on these projects. I was once inside one of the archaeological sites, and there were kids playing around, and they were just kicking everything. And I was asking, why are you doing this? And you don't care about this? And he told me that nobody cares about me. Why should I care about this? And he just disappeared. I kept thinking about this and we discussed it for a whole day. And we end up with a solution, and that is, we should approach, we will make a solution that is based on entertainment and education. It is an edutainment. Edutainment. They will play and they will keep playing at the same time without knowing. They will educate themselves. They will learn about the site. And this will make a change.
Thank you very much, Khaldun. Actually, to talk a little bit about the different type of heritage, because we are talking not just only about location or about images or about seeds or about our stories. We can say that the heritage is preserved in the difficult time, actually. I will give you many examples, actually. We can see that, we saw that the Talmud, it was written when the Jews was in the exit in Iraq, okay? We saw that many, we have a lot of cities named Alexandria, or they're named Nablus, or their names, you know, many cities for those who escape away. Like I can give you, there is Bethlehem in America. There is a lot of cultural, educative systems existed in the in states or in America. Or in South of America, about cultural things that happens in their own countries, and they bring it to them. You can see the Italians in the States or the Spanish, and they bring a lot of things with themselves, okay? So I think that the diversity of the heritage that we are talking about, let us talk about how we can make different kind of combinations of techniques that we need to preserve this heritage. Sometimes we are talking about content, sometimes we are talking about techniques in 3D, sometimes we are talking. So we need to understand which techniques that we need to use to combine different types of heritage. As an example, for the seeds, we have today in France, we have retain back to recult and ask people to reuse different type of seeds that we were using before 60 or 70 years ago. So this such a heritage impacts people to in the market to ask more and more about these products. So this is also type of heritage, and how we come at the beginning no one were asking for because it was very expensive, but now everyone is asking for it. So there is also the what we call it the continuity in asking people to retain back to their history. So it's not a matter of time or whether we are in a war or not, whether in the Syria, whether the people they will work on their heritage or not. Yes, of course, today the Syrians, they are more interested about heritage, their heritage more than before maybe, because it's the time to react, to preserve the heritage, their stories, their images, which it was in their imagination. So we work on it. So I think that preparing such a model to combine different type of, or the diversity of heritage, makes us here today presenting different techniques. So we talk about different things. So we are together here to preserve the heritage. Thank you.
Yes, just to come back to some of the points raised already, particularly the one raised by Khaldun about citizens and citizenship, or the discussion we had yesterday about hyper-heritage and what differentiates, let's say, this approach from others. And I can only applaud this because I think that in reality, if we are having these discussions, it is precisely because it is not just about heritage, it is about us. And there is a very nice phrase I really love from an American museologist of the who recently passed away, Stephen Weil, who said that actually museums, or what we do define as museums, because as we said earlier, it's not just the built space of a museum, that they recently passed from a state of existing for something to a state of existing about somebody. And I think that really captures the essence of what we are trying to enunciate here, because as Sylvie as well said, it's about sense making and meaning making. What do we make out of this? What do we make out of ourselves, who we are, and who we want to want to become, to try and push as well on the dialogue heritage, but essentially about how we project and how we define ourselves and who it is we want to become, or we have potential to become.
Thank you very much. But is it okay? Thank you very much for the talks. No. Do you have a so I can recommendations or rigid recommendations. Today in the morning we had the Minister of Culture in Palestine, so we can send her a message or send her some recommendations from our international guests, and if we can have the message from their experiences from the beginning. For example, how did they deal with a certain situation. I also like the idea of edutainment from Ramzi, so we can, for example, send the message for the Minister of Higher Education so as to engage edutainment in other courses. So, for example, even in math, simple math courses, we can augment some heritage examples, or if the kids, they can, for example, solve a problem after solving or after knowing certain information about something in Palestine, for example. One missing issue today I didn't see from our presentations or from our discussions about Al-Aqsa and mosque, or even maybe other historical places. So I couldn't see any ideas about preserving or proposing certain things about Al-Aqsa, because Jerusalem is also one of the most important places in Palestine. So I don't know if Dr. Khaldoun has any comments on this. And also, we will come back to you after this comment to have the rigid recommendations to the ministries, so as to send clear messages what should be done in this aspect.
Thank you, Radwan. I don't have any comment about Al-Aqsa. At the beginning, when we were in 2013, we thought about Jerusalem city as it's a huge, and we didn't get enough funds to undertake such project. But concerning some recommendation to the ministry, something that should concern her immediately is documentation. And this comes from Hisham Palace project. I'm civil engineer, so structure analysis and structure calculation is my first profession. And the people at the Department of Architecture in Beersheba realized that the structure they built can't stand this way. The structure analysis says that the building will fall down. I asked them some question. The architecture plan or the structure, they got it from one book done by an Orientalist, German, and he's mainly artist. He came here and he did some drawing. From these drawings, they built it. And I was surprised that we don't have enough documents. This season, and Nasser, we set up this kind of wiki blog to gather information about heritage. We have a lot of heritage that formally weekly informed. We don't have enough information about that. But we know that there is a lot of information in Germany, in Italy, and in France. Somewhere we can't get them directly. So some effort, this kind of wiki connected to Facebook, to Twitter, something like that. First step to build and to rehabilitate the culture is to find out a new policy of documentation of and archiving the heritage, international policy that use norm and international standards, and mainly what we can call metadata or something like that.
Okay, thank you. So any other director can back and write up the recommendations maybe.
Okay, maybe I'll talk about Tunisian experience, about it's a project that we call it Ma'maruna, that we've made about 4 years ago. We're a group of academic group, professional group, historical, archaeological, and we were working together. And we chose 3 sites in Tunisia. On them we worked. So we began with the gathering of information. That was the very important part. And then we worked on recommendation for the Ministry of Culture. And we published the recommendation in a book that we call it also Ma'maruna, that is now available. I think I've sent a PDF to Amjad and to Khaldoun about the book. But in this recommendation, there was immediate action that should be taken, and long time, mid time, and very urgent recommendation that we found out that we must do. So first of all, there was the problem of the population, because they must be aware, they must be the population, the awareness about what they have and what they are controlling, because they are living in this kind of historical and they don't even know what they have in front of them. So one is one of the recommendation. The other recommendation was about the communication of the site for visiting or for documenting or for working on the remaining archaeological parts. There was 5, I don't remember the 5 topics that we worked on, but I think it must be a whole project, and then we can divide it, yes. Otherwise it will be action that will, yeah, exactly.
Okay, any other recommendations, direct recommendations, please? Especially for universities, because maybe universities can have part of the work. And I don't know.
I think we have to join forces to work together. From my observations, I saw that different work is being done on the same subject, and there are no coordination between different institutions and different efforts, so they are being taken individually, and there's no coordination on national level. So I think that one of the recommendations that I could put forward here is to bring to life some kind of a forum or a hub or whatever you wish to call it, with a mandate to take this now seriously and not only see individual initiatives. We see how the power of this technology, and we already see many projects showing, many research showing the impact of using this technology on changing the mentality of the public. And I think that if the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities is interested to lead these initiatives, they should maybe bring something clear, and they should form this kind of a hub of specialists who could provide the real recommendations for how we should go further and what type of solutions that we should bring forward. So I think this kind of coordination is needed.
Okay, thank you very much. Final comment.
I just want to. Tomorrow we have a sum up session and recommendations. So
okay,
if,
not to conflict with that.
Yeah. So I don't know, because three of you want to give recommendations. What do you think? Yeah.
Just one word. Just to consider the citizens like actors, not only like users. Just that this recommendation could lead to a lot of other recommendations.
Consider.
I'll be very short. I also agree with the infotainment and edutainment approach, particularly from Greece and seeing that many people visit museums or even the Parthenon once in their lifetime with school, and when the visits at school, whereas people come from other countries to visit many times. And I wanted to say that we think that young audience often is not interested, or is interested only in the communication, the Facebook or Twitter approach to this, and we try to engage the interest through infotainment and entertainment by using natural interaction. And I will try to have this in mind, emphasize some of the examples tomorrow in the talk, and try to contribute in the discussion in this way.
I don't want to repeat anything, although I agree with most of the things they have just mentioned. What I'm really looking forward to is just how to create the interest within our society with the heritage, with such nice places, how to create, how to promote such places. One way of doing it, just to organize what we call as trips to such places. Trips, it doesn't mean only just to visit it. We need a professional guide who's going to provide perfect information. At the same time, even among schools, usually during this spring, they keep moving from a place into another, just like trips, without really making use of such trips. As academics as well, we keep moving from a place into another, and at the same time, we don't have a guide to at least give us a brief history about the place where we are. So, it's not within our culture, that's our problem. So we need how really we're going to promote it. One way of promoting it as well, cooperation. One body cannot do it. Ministry should work on it. Ministry means Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, universities, and everybody has to work with it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, last word from Ashraf Al-Ahmed.
Last word will
very
be
active
mine.
today.
So I want to say that we are a religious society. So to talk frankly, if we, I mean, the historical sites that we care about are religious. Really, I mean, historical, only historical. We have places in the old city, we have places in the middle of Naples, and really no one care. But if there is an old mosque, if there's an old church, it becomes very critical. Like Bir Yaqub, near Naples. It's very important, very critical. Everyone is aware about because of its religious part. So this is not a recommendation, this is just a comment. My recommendation is education. Like, I have never been educated about cultural heritage, and the only book...
Not only cultural.
Not only everything. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
No, sorry, so just kidding. You know, I have a very short comment. An important point for all of us, and maybe for the professor, and for the doctors, and for the minister. An important things related to hyper-heritage product or IT product. Every IT product is just a state of a project, of a sustainable project. So if we had to fund some project, we need for the first step 1 year. So we need, for example, $10,000, but we should accept and consider that IT project or IT production are first step of project. It should be evolved, maintained, and we can say that IT product is a finished product. This is, and it will be forever. So it's just a step of sustainable project. Every IT product is a project, sustainable project, and this is, I think, important to accept it ourselves and to work with it. So it's only just step that works, and it has to evolve. Once again, documentation of every step is very important today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khaldoon, and thanks for all of you. And I believe that the bus is waiting for us.
Yeah. We are in the last session for today. Now we are moving to Araba. Araba is a village about 30 kilometers from here, and it has some renovation. And we are sorry that I feel that most of you are tired, but I think walking in the open air and in a good site will refresh you and will awake you. Okay, there is a bus for everybody, and we have some cars also. If you do not have, okay, we will be together. Okay, please.